right away, straight to it. Fuck. God damn it. Trying to figure out how to do this. Let's go modding. Check something real quick. Turn the volume on so you can hear this. Okay.
So further right it is means it's going to take priority over everything before it. So in this case, my UV scale value would be from clean water as well as the noise fall off. So that's resolving that conflict. I've made a conscious decision that I want the values from clean water of the Commonwealth to override those from water LOD fix. So I placed it after that. And that's just a conflict between those two. So I'm just looking at those two plugins right now. And you just kind of take this modular approach. You know, you take it conflict by conflict, mod by mod. You don't have to look at it all by once and just take notes of where the conflicts are, where you want to shift your plugins to prioritize between the two, and a lot of it is just very subjective preference. Which mods you want to take priority over others. The third approach that you get into is the more complex approach, and I'm just going to touch on this briefly. I'm not going to go into detail because I'll have resources for that in the description, but this involves patching. Patching is a requirement when you have values that are being completely omitted by plugins that are being loaded after it. So for example, I have a conflict here between lush ambience and sinister ambient sounds, and you can see here that sinister ambient sounds just completely negates or ignores the sound that is being put into the game by lush ambience. And for one reason or another, I've decided to load sinister ambient sounds after it. Reason for that being that if you get further down here, you'll notice that if I were to load lush ambience after sinister ambient sounds and had it over here, then it would completely blank out all of the sounds from sinister ambient sounds. So this is a conflict that needs to be resolved with a patch because it's adding in new things that the other plugin isn't accounting for, and so you need to create a patch so that all of that can be carried over and isn't lost in the process. You do see some more simple conflicts here, which involves the second approach, where you're just seeing like chances of sound and you're determining which one you want to take priority. So if it were just these conflicts, I would just have to determine the sorting between the two, which chance values I want to prioritize between the two plugins. But for a lot of conflicts, you get into these cases where you're just completely missing values that are being added by another plugin, in which case you need to create a patch like this one, for example, which carries it all over into a new plugin so that you're not losing any sounds or any data or any records from any plugins that have a conflict. So the last thing I'll say on this is that the majority of all conflicts can be resolved with these first two approaches. It allows you to consolidate by removing mods that are redundant or that you feel overstep their reach with the number of edits they make and the number of conflicts they have. If they aren't that important to you, just get rid of them. That's the simplest thing to do. Then you get into the next thing where you've consolidated your mod list down to just the most important mods, things that you really want in your setup. Less is more when it comes to modding. Always remember that. And for these cases, you just have to look through each conflict and determine, with the conflicts that you have, which mods you want to place after the others, which is more important to you in the conflict case for each of these things that you're looking at. Again, if it's just between unofficial Fallout 4 patch and another plugin, then you can, for these purposes, just ignore that. But between these two approaches, that will get you most of the way there, and it'll answer the question of how to sort your load order, and also the question of whether a specific mod is compatible with your setup. So just applying the filter to show conflicts will get you most of the way there, and this is a far more effective approach than something automated like loot. So I really suggest you just get into Xedit, learn how to use it, learn the ins and outs, check out the resources that I have linked in the description below, and it will become your best friend in no time to be able to create a stable modded setup for Fallout 4.
Let's put that on again.
Hey guys, just wanted to record this video quickly as a super surface level basic overview, answering basically two main questions that a lot of people seem to have when they're using my guides and guided mod lists and just modding in general. And the two questions are, is X mod or is this mod, that mod compatible with the setup that I'm using? And the second being, what's the best way to sort my load order? Or can somebody sort my load order for me? The truth of it is, there's really only one way to actually get at the heart of being able to sort your load order, and that is using Xedit or Fallout 4 Edit, which is a software that is used to make modifications to the game files and any modded files that you have installed. Xedit can be really intimidating for someone who hasn't used it before, but there are so many resources out there to help you learn the ins and outs, and it's really the only surefire way to determine conflicts and properly sort your load order. So I'm going to put some of these resources in the description to help you further beyond this video, as again, this is just going to be a really basic high-level overview to get at the crux of what you need to know about using Xedit for the purposes of determining load order and determining if there's a conflict between mods in your load order. There's also a lot of load order frameworks out there, including the BRB or buy rate bec guide, which I'll have linked in the description, which goes by the steps that I've laid out here in my Mod Organizer 2 separators.
Sorting eco.
So you can see I have my core mods and fixes at the top, gameplay mods, visuals, etc., etc. At the end of the day, you know, this is just a framework, general guidelines, and everyone has a different framework or general guideline to follow. Not everyone is going to be the same. So really the only way to get at the heart of this is to use Xedit, because these frameworks will get you most of the way there. It will get you organized in a consistent way, but at the end of the day, you are going to end up having to use Xedit to kind of organize this in the most appropriate way. So I'll start with making sure that I have Xedit or Fallout 4 Edit as an executable in MO2. If you are using Mod Organizer 2, make sure you launch this through Mod Organizer 2. And you could just close out of this window once it appears. And then once it opens, it should automatically select all of your modules or all of your plugins. So just click OK on that. So once you're all loaded in here, you're going to see this line that says background loader finished, and nothing else is going to start appearing in the right pane here.
See this,
that means that everything's loaded in and you're ready to go. So all you have to do to determine the conflicts between the plugins that you have in your load order is to right click on any of them and click Apply Filter to show conflicts. Now this is going to take a long time. Usually for me it takes around 3 minutes, but it depends on your processing power and the size of your load order. So once it's finished, we'll get into greater detail about going over the conflicts. Alright, so you can see here that this finished applying the filter. You'll see a line here that says done applying filter, how many records it processed, and it won't load anything further in the right pane here, so you know it's finished. And you'll see that all of your conflicts are over here in the left pane. So already, immediately, by applying the filter to show conflicts, you'll see which plugins have conflicts with other plugins in your load order. So if a mod you added doesn't appear here, that means that it doesn't have any conflicts with anything in your entire setup, and you can place it you know, in whatever category you think it falls in with other similar mods or whatever. It doesn't really matter in terms of the plugin itself, because it's not going to conflict with any other values in any other mod that you have in your setup. So this immediately answers the question of, is this mod compatible with my setup? If you run the filter and it doesn't appear here, you don't have to worry about it. But if it does, well, that's when you get into what I consider to be 3 approaches to resolving conflicts and determining conflicts in Xedit after you've applied this filter to show them. So the first one is kind of the more simple approach, where you cut out mods that seem to be redundant or edit a lot more than you would care for it to. You might have some mod in your load order that you don't really care for, and you didn't realize the scope of the mod itself and how many edits it makes and how many mods it conflicts with. So that's just something that you can just cut out of your load order entirely, you know, uninstall. A good example of this being, for example, in my setup, unique NPCs, creatures and monsters. This is a mod that conflicts with
I wanted to take the
almost every creature mod.
The ones that ones that
if this was a mod that
I wanted to take the mods that conflict out, not out. I wanted to hide them so that way I wouldn't have to see them. Like what?
Wasn't all that important to me, then I would just completely uninstall it and remove it from my setup. And that's what I do for a lot of mods that aren't important to me. I run this filter and I'm like, wow, that edits a lot, that conflicts with a lot in my setup, and it's really not worth it for me to determine where best to place it or patch it against my other mods. So I just uninstall it. That's the easiest thing to do. You're going to have a lot of mods that are redundant, that edits the same things, and you just don't need them all. So that's the best way to kind of consolidate and cut things down. Then you get into the second approach, which is where you've determined a mod conflict, but you need to just shift the plugins in your load order based on preference mostly to resolve the conflicts between the mods. So one thing to take note of, and that's very important here, that I have to stress to you, is that the lower the plugin is in your load order, the higher priority it has. So anything that is lower in the load order overwrites all of the conflicts and edits before it. So for example, Paladin, Bailey, Red Rocket down here, if it has any conflicts with any mods before it, it's automatically going to overwrite all the changes in its own plugin. So anything that it overwrites is going to be missing from the game, or not accounted for in the game because this plugin is being loaded after it. And so this is where you get into looking at each individual conflict, and mostly I just go through one by one, expand, and look where my conflicts are coming from. One thing to take notice of is that you're going to have a lot of conflicts just between the unofficial Fallout 4 patch and crafting framework or whatever other plugin you're looking at. And you can, for the most part, for the purposes of just simple surface level stuff, you can ignore these, unless you want to get into patching and all that. But for the most part, you can ignore conflicts that are just between mod plugins that you have in your setup and the unofficial Fallout 4 patch, because the unofficial Fallout 4 patch should always load at the top of your load order. So you're not going to be moving the unofficial Fallout 4 patch further down to prioritize its changes over your mods. Pretty much all of the mods in your setup should be overriding the unofficial Fallout 4 patch. So those kind of conflicts really don't matter as you're looking through here. You can just ignore those. Eventually you're going to come to a conflict between two mods. So you can see here it shows, the conflicts that you're having. In this case it's between Water LOD fix and Clean Water of the Commonwealth Clear version. So this is a case where I just kind of have to determine between the two which values I want to take priority over the others. So you can see here the conflict is mostly just coming by way of the UV scale noise fall off as it's being affected between these two mods. So you can see they have conflicting values, different values between the two, whereas all the other values, from what I can tell, are the same. So this is mostly where my conflict lies in this conflict here. So I made the decision to load Clean Water of the Commonwealth lower in my load order and prioritize it after. Further right the plugin is means it's lower in the load order and its changes are going to override those before it. So further right it is means it's going to take priority over everything before it. So in this case, my UV scale value would be from Clean Water as well as the noise fall off. So that's resolving that conflict. I've made a conscious decision that I want the values from Clean Water of the Commonwealth to override those from Water LOD fix, so I placed it after that. And that's just a conflict between those two, so I'm just looking at those two plugins right now. And you just kind of take this modular approach, you take it conflict by conflict, mod by mod. You don't have to look at it all by once, and just take notes of where the conflicts are, where you want to shift your plugins to prioritize between the two. And a lot of it is just very subjective preference, which mods you want to take priority over others. The third approach that you get into is the more complex approach, and I'm just going to touch on this briefly.
I'm trying to get rid of the names of
detail because I'll have resources for that in the description, but this involves patching. Patching is a requirement when you have values that are being completely omitted by plugins that are being loaded after it. So for example, I have a conflict here between lush ambience and sinister ambient sounds, and you can see here that sinister ambient sounds just completely negates or ignores the sound that is being put into the game by lush ambience. And for one reason or another, I've decided to load sinister ambient sounds after it. Reason for that being that if you get further down here, you'll notice that if I were to load lush ambience after sinister ambient sounds and had it over here, then it would completely blank out all of the sounds from sinister ambient sounds. So this is a conflict that needs to be resolved with a patch because it's adding in new things that the other plugin isn't accounting for, and so you need to create a patch so that all of that can be carried over and isn't lost in the process. You do see some more simple conflicts here, which involves the second approach, where you're just seeing like chances of sound and you're determining which one you want to take priority. So if it were just these conflicts, I would just have to determine the sorting between the two, which chance values I want to prioritize between the two plugins. But for a lot of conflicts, you get into these cases where you're just completely missing values that are being added by another plugin. in which case you need to create a patch like this one, for example, which carries it all over into a new plugin so that you're not losing any sounds or any data or any records from any plugins that have a conflict. So the last thing I'll say on this is that the majority of all conflicts can be resolved with these first two approaches. It allows you to consolidate by removing mods that are redundant or that you feel overstep their reach with the number of edits they make and the number of conflicts they have. If they aren't that important to you, just get rid of them. That's the simplest thing to do. Then you get into the next thing where you've consolidated your mod list down to just the most important mods, things that you really want in your setup. Less is more when it comes to modding. Always remember that. And for these cases, you just have to look through each conflict and determine, with the conflicts that you have, which mods you want to place after the others, which is more important to you in the conflict case for each of these things that you're looking at. Again, if it's just between unofficial Fallout 4 patch and another plugin, then you can, for these purposes, just ignore that. But between these two approaches, that will get you most of the way there, and it'll answer the question of how to sort your load order, and also the question of whether a specific mod is compatible with your setup. So just applying the filter to show conflicts will get you most of the way there, and this is a far more effective approach than something automated like loot. So I really suggest you just get into Xedit, learn how to use it, learn the ins and outs, check out the resources that I have linked in the description below, and it will become your best friend in no time to be able to create a stable modded setup for Fallout 4.
Shake it off. Breathe. So.
Try and find another Fallout 4 video. Add a video.
It's been a while. Let's get this Tuesday in motion.
Okay, we've done that one. Okay, not any of these.
Today we install 4s and verify that it works. For F4SE to detect what it needs to, you need to have launched your game at least one time before installing it. A fresh script extender installation requires your game version to be up to date. The F4SE website shows what version is needed. To see what version you have, open the game folder, locate and right-click the game's executable. Properties, Details tab, locate product version. Script extender page, current build, 7-zip archive link. Open the archive that is downloaded. Open the Forest folder. In a second window, open the game folder. Drag and drop the files inside. Open MO2. Forest should be auto-detected. If not, open Modify Executables. Add executable. Add from file. Navigate to the game folder and double-click the Forest executable.
Let's check this out.
Hello, everybody. So I've been asked a decent amount of times about how someone would add mods to the Wabajack lists that I have made, or how they would check for conflicts or whatever. So I thought I would go through a quick tutorial on how Xedit works. And Xedit is a program that works for Skyrim, Fallout, Fallout New Vegas, really any Bethesda game, and it helps you check for conflicts. You can even like make rudimentary mods. You can fix things with mods without having to go into the creation kit to do that, and it's not super difficult to figure out. So I'm going to give you a quick run through on how this works. So this should be helpful for anyone modding a Bethesda game.
I hope so. Let's
Fallout
find
3, basically, a whole bunch of games that they've made. So yeah, let me switch to my desktop and give you a quick run through of what you can do to fix your load order and fix some stuff. So let me get started. Alright, here I am on my desktop. Now before I get started, this tutorial is going to be primarily focused on Fallout 4 VR and also using Mod Organizer 2. The information should remain pretty similar even if you're modding Skyrim or Fallout New Vegas or any other Bethesda game. And also for Vortex, but I will be using Mod Organizer 2. You should be using that anyway, in my opinion, when modding these games, because it gives you a lot better tools to work with and a better way to organize your mods. And also, if you are using Wabajack, it will come with everything pre-included, so you won't need to bother installing this yourself, but I am going to go through a quick tutorial on how to get this up and running for the VR version. So let me go ahead and do that. I will not be showing you how to install Mod Organizer or anything. You should already be able to already have that set up. So anyways, here we are in the Xedit GitHub page. So you want to find the game that you're downloading. For now, we will be doing Fallout 4 VR. It's going to bring you to a Nexus page, and you're going to go ahead and download this manually. If you are using Mod Organizer 2, you can make a folder in Tools called Fallout 4 Edit. I won't be opening this up because the video remains, well, that's fine. Do that. Okay, now, for VR specifically, you're going to drag and drop this in there, but you can see right here it doesn't show VR. So to get this to work with the VR version, this is also the same for Skyrim VR, you need to change this, Fallout 4 Edit, you need to add a VR. So you need to do this for Skyrim VR and Fallout 4 VR, or it will not load. So go ahead and do that, and you're all set. You can just save it after you've renamed it. And then here, this is where you're going to add the executable exe. You're going to make a plus button, add file, and you're just going to find wherever you put that, which in Mod Organizer is going to be Tools. Point it there. There you go, Fallout 4 Edit. This one is to clean master files. So usually with Bethesda games, the DLC files or like the main files, like the robot one, or for Skyrim, all the DLCs, they're going to have something called dirty edits, which means they have duplicates of files, so it couldn't cause issues in your game like crashing or lag or whatever. So that quick and clean edit, this is what you can use. You run this. This is just if you want to clean it, and then you just want to find the DLC files that you want to clean. Now first, before even doing that, you can run loots, which will show you the dirty edits. I'm not going to do that because if you're using a Wabajack list, you should be running loot anyway. Just be careful doing that because that might screw up your load order beyond what you want, but it's a good thing to run if you just want to see. Like, I'll run it right now. I won't actually sort it or anything. That's the parsing information. You can also see this in Fallout 4 Edit as well, but this is just a quicker way to kind of see stuff. You can see they're all clean, but if there wasn't, it would say like, this is dirty. That's like, it'll be red. It'll say that stuff. Anyways, we're not going to do anything with that. So, all right, we have our load order here. Now, before you go ahead and mess with any of this, if you're using Mod Organizer 2, one thing I'd recommend, if you are using a Wabajack list, either for Skyrim or Fallout VR or any other game, is if you've never used Mod Organizer 2, there's a cool thing here called Manage. You can highlight the profile that it came with. This is if you're using a pre-installed installed list, or if you just want to like test out different mods or different things that you want to add.
Yeah,
you wanna
I'm a
click on
dumbass.
copy,
I like to go
and you
through
can do
and make my own list and try and
my
learn that way rather than using
custom
somebody else's list.
game. Now, if you do this, highlight that again. You can come in here and you can just start like unchecking stuff, moving them around, and nothing will get messed up because you can always go back to that original one and it will remain the same. So for the purposes of this video, we will be using this other profile to show you Xedit. So let's go ahead into Xedit right now. Load that up. You want to keep everything checked here. I might show you how to do these things, but for now, I'm not going to. Alright, we're loading this up. Loading all of your mods.
Yeah, you can pretty much ignore like the Nuka World stuff with the DLC, the armor keywords. I can ignore.
You do.
I'm just trying to see. Oh, at least I think I can ignore it.
That might come up if you're using the unofficial patch. You can just click OK. Alright, and it is finished. So, first thing we're going to show you is how to check for conflicts. So you can right click on any of these mods, and then you're going to do apply filter, and you can keep all of this on default, and you're just going to click on filter, and it'll start applying the filter. Alright, we're back. It might take a while for it to filter out, so just have patience. It could take like 5 to 6 minutes or so, or longer, depending on how long your list is. Anyways, here you go. Here is where we can easily see conflicts. Now you can also do this in Mod Organizer too, but it's a little bit more rudimentary with this way of seeing conflicts. It's easier to see it in here. So you can see anything in red is being overwritten by a mod. Now if you click on this little plus button, you can see exactly what is being overwritten. So this is the main Fallout 4 VR ESM. You can see that it's being overwritten by the unofficial patch, and if you look in the description, that is the exact thing that's being overwritten. So it looks like the unofficial patch. Change some grammar, which is fine. This is how mods work. They overwrite records of the official game. So if it's in red, that's not necessarily an issue. That just means that the mod is working. Now, you can run into issues when you have two different mods, like changing, like that was just grammar. That's not really going to be a huge issue. But you can see idle hand is being overwritten with a sword. And now if you scroll down, you can see exactly what record is being overwritten. So it was just a mesh file, which is probably not going to be a massive issue. It was just named differently. So you can also test this in the game. It shouldn't cause a crash or anything. But to fix conflicts, so if you want to like fix a conflict with something, like let's say for example, I'm not really going to do anything here because I don't necessarily want to screw up my game. See world space. Alright, anyways, for an example, let's say 1, 2, 8. Okay, so let's say this, so Kate right here, it's a non-player character, it's being overwritten by the Automatron fix, which we probably want anyway, but let's say we wanted the record from the robot workbench or smarter companions to get carried over. It looks like some things here is being overwritten by other things, which I've already fixed, but for example, let's say we just want to change one record. So what we're going to do is we are going to right click on this, and we're going to copy as an override, and we're going to scroll all the way down to new ESP file. We're going to call this Alright, now it copied that record over. So now we have the mod from
So
the
what do I do
Automatron
with all
fix
of this?
is going to be overriding everything in our list, so that is going to be the thing that will take priority in our game, which is probably what we want in this scenario.
Okay, so we're gonna...
So that's just a quick example of how you fix conflicts. Now you can also drag and drop, so let's say instead I wanted, okay, this is good. Let's say we wanted this here. You can drag and drop, and that will also carry some of the records over. Basically, you want to kind of make sure that things are green, but if they're red, it's not like a massive issue depending on what it is. So you have to figure out like what the values do. It won't necessarily crash you unless it's like a big mod that's being overwritten by something else. Like for example, Loadorder matters a lot as well. So the lower down the list it is, the higher priority it's going to be. But you can always just fix stuff by making a new mod and tracking records over. Anyways, that's hopefully that wasn't too confusing.
That was
like
very
fixing one
confusing.
thing. Now the other thing that you can use Fallout 4 Edit for is making a merge patch, which I've already made one here, but I will show you how to do that. So to make a merge patch, it's going to be other, and then you can scroll down, and you can just right click anywhere. It doesn't matter where you click. We're going to create a merge patch. It's going to come up with this. It's for Fallout 4 VR, or whatever. You can just click. Yes, that's fine. Now to name this, I've already made a merge patch for my list, but I'll just do Fallout 4 merged test. Okay. And what a merge patch does is, you see, like we just did a single conflict fix for one single mod. The merge patch will take like your entire list and merge certain records together, so they'll all take priority. But it's not good at certain things. So it is good for like basic things like containers, armor, weapons, non-player characters.
So
I'm
what
totally
do I
fine
do
with
with
that.
this
In fact,
then?
it carried over our 8 fix because we wanted that. But the leveled items or leveled lists, it's not super great at doing that. There's a better way to do this, and
I
that's
don't know
with
what to
a
do with that.
bash patch, which is done with wire bash, which is another program, which I'm also going to show you how to do that. So anyways, what you want to do is you want to right click on this and do remove. And remove the leveled list on our test thing.
We're trying to reinstall.
And after you do that, you're going to
the
click on,
admins.
you're going to highlight the ESP thing,
Sorry.
and you're going to do clean masters,
Close this down
which will
first.
remove all of the unused masters from this merged patch that we made. Alright, we made the merge patch, we did the K-fix. Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty easy way to see all your conflicting mods. If it's in red, that means it's conflicting, so you can kind of give a quick look through if you're having crashing or load order issues. This should help you figure out what is going on. You can, like, do a deep dive and look at which mods are overriding which files. Now you can also do other things here, like I said, you can kind of make rudimentary mods. So if you want to, like, let's say we just made a new mod here, K-fix. We can also add, you can add an object, add ammunition. So lost my place. But you can like edit different values with this. Like we can. Okay, K-fix, like, let's say we don't want this,
Check something out, because I think
I
I'm
don't
checking
know.
see what the def UI is.
Alright, let's say we want to change, like, a part of her, like, strength. If we wanted to make her stronger, we could give her, like, 10, and now she's super strong. If we wanted Kate to be super strong in our game, you can do that, and, that's, you know, now she's stronger. But if you're just looking for conflict, you don't need to do that. It's just what is going on with your list. Anyways, we're going to close this. We are not going to save these because that is not something I want. So you can uncheck it in case you made a mistake and it won't save. You can also back up any plugins that you might have messed with just in case, but we're going to go ahead and click OK. Alright, and now I will show you a bash patch. So before I do that, I'm just going to back up fine because I don't want to mess up my bash patch that I made. Alright, anyways, we'll do wire bash, which again, if you're using a WebDeck list, that'll come pre-included. Otherwise, you can just Google it. Add it the same way that we added Xedit. And on GitHub. So you just download this. It'll work the same way. You don't need to change the naming for this. You can just add it, and then it should work right away with VR. So we'll do that. We're gonna click on all for VR. That will load up. It's right here. Click OK. Probably not going to do much, but I'm actually going to and to make a bash patch. The first time you do this, it'll be red and it won't be checked on. So you can right click and then do rebuild patch. You want to just have the leveled list selected. Just for Fallout, for Skyrim, there is a way where you can merge certain mods into this, which it's a good way to lower the your load order down. It's not like the best way of doing it, but it's an easy way of doing it. The better way is there's a program called Zmerge or Merge plugin. Zmerge is the new one, I believe, and that will make it's a better way of merging mods. But you can do it with a bash patch technically, if you want an easy way of doing it, but for Fallout 4, it is just the level list. So, click build patch, and that'll load everything. And what a bash patch does is it merges all the leveled lists into one mod, which you can then use to do further edits and get all the leveled lists into one. So the problem without doing that is you're going to be missing a bunch of content from all of the level list mods that you may have, because the one at the bottom is going to take priority, which may have made edits to other leveled lists. So a bash patch just puts it all into one without you having to go through every single record and doing that yourself. But the bash patch, I don't think that changed. I'm just going to go back and just copy this case. That one was good for me, so do that. Whatever. All right. We made our merge patch, bash patch. Now this, the conflict resolution patch, is something that I specifically made after doing this, and I also made it with a smash patch, which I've gone over this in some other videos. A smash patch is essentially the same thing as making like a giant patch at the end, but it does help you. It does things automatically for you. I don't really want to go through this because Mater Smash is pretty annoying to use. To get Mater Smash to work in VR, you go to my desktop is very unorganized. This is only specific for VR. If you're doing this on desktop, you don't need to do this. But for VR with Skyrim or Fallout, you have to duplicate your exe for that and then just name it either like, alright. You just have to rename this Skyrim or the Elder Scrolls 5 or just Fallout 4. Just rename it the regular name without the VR. That way you can get Mater Smash to work. And Fallout 4, which this is actually the VR version. We have to name it Fallout 4 for it to actually work. So you do that, then you can just keep everything checked. I will not be running this, but I'll give you an example of how this works. this, so for Fallout 4, it's pretty rudimentary. You can only add it to a Smash patch. For Skyrim, there's things like, I haven't used Skyrim in a while, but there's like other options here. Sort them, but for Fallout 4, it's just Smash patch. Now, you don't want to smash everything. You have to kind of do a lot of going back and forth if you're starting from scratch. Like for me specifically, I'm not smashing together the weather records because that screws up the weather in my game. Because I'm using the weather synergy thing, and I don't want it to be all part of one record. But for a lot of stuff, you can just smash it. So you go through first, you just add something called Smash Patch, and then you go through and smash all. You add it to the Smash Patch. You click on this button, which will build the Smash Patch, and it'll say like smashing records, and that'll smash everything together, which you can then open up an Xedit and do further edits on. But for Fallout 4, I believe you have to take out the, you don't want to smash the cells for Fallout 4, you can for Skyrim, but for Fallout 4, I think I had to take out these cells because it was taking way too long, and you don't want to smash cells together anyway, because that can cause errors. But this is all probably sounding very confusing to you. So anyways, you know, you just smash stuff together. It's not super complicated. If you look on the mod page for that, that'll go into much more details than I'm going to go through in this video. But after you do that, you do want to open up Fallout 4 VR Edit again.
It's time for the December 21st black memes.
And alright, loaded. I'm not going to do the apply filter thing again, but then you can look in the Smash patch and start looking at the records and make a final, you want like a final patchery of everything grabbed over. So for me, I made something called a leveled list patch where I like went through purposely and tracked the leveled list that I wanted for my game. So it was like the bash patch was overwriting something like the 5.6 ammo. It was making it so it would never spawn. So I had to go through and fix that.
See, I want an avatar like that.
I called this like a loot reduction patch. I also did a conflict resolution patch. And I like purposely went through and made sure that all the records that I wanted in my game was set up correctly.
I just gotta learn how to read this, because that's my problem. I don't know how to read
so
this.
I like went through and went down all of these lists and dragged things over. So this is kind of the workflow and what you're going to be doing if you're planning to add mods or start from scratch and you don't want to crash or have issues in your game. You need to make sure that all of the records here are set up the way you want them to, because like if there's conflicting records, it can cause issues like loot not spawning or the game just outright crashing completely. But if you come into here, that will help you figure out what is going on exactly and give you a way to fix it. So yeah. Go back here. I know I'm like not the best at explaining this kind of stuff. I've been doing this for years, so the way I kind of work on things is probably different than someone starting out, but hopefully this gave you somewhat of an idea of what to do and how to at least check for conflicts, the apply filter thing in Xedit. And the best way to do this is just to kind of mess around and just start changing stuff and learning how to look at these records and look at the scripts and level lists or whatever and seeing what it affects. And then just over time, you're going to get better doing it. So, yeah, I hope this was at least a little bit helpful. Let me know if you like this in the comments or if you want me to do more of these types of tutorials. But, yeah, other than that, have a great rest of your day.
The Sengoku period, an era of conflict, rife with war and desolation.
Hello everybody. So I've been asked a decent amount of times about how someone would add mods to the Wabbajack lists that I have made, or how they would check for conflicts or whatever. So I thought I would go through a quick tutorial on how Xedit works. And Xedit is a program that works for Skyrim.
Hi everyone, my name is Tony Willay, and welcome to another exciting episode of Fallout 4 mod tutorial. Today I'm going to show you how to download and install FO4 Edit by
I don't need to
Minister
download
AU, uploaded by Zillan.
Alright, good morning. This is Greslin, and by request from my Patreon supporters, I'm doing a video today about FO4 edits and basically how the Fallout 4 and really any of the other Bethesda games are put together. And hopefully by the time we get through this video, you'll have a better understanding of why the different pieces work together the way they do and how the terminology works, and basically how to put together your mod loadout so that you get the most seamless gameplay you can possibly get. First of all, I'm going to assume that you know what FO4 edit is, really what Xedit is. I'm going to assume that you know how to load it, how to do the most basic functionality. If you don't know any of that, there's a ton of videos made by other people, more polished and better put together than this is going to be. So go off, do some Googling, look on YouTube, get yourself acquainted with the basics. I want to talk about other stuff today. This is FO4 Edit version 4. Now, first thing when you load up, you're going to get this screen. This is the module selection screen. And this is basically your load order. And let me start by talking about load orders, ESMs, ESPs, and ESLs. You have to think about all your mods as basically a stack of database revisions, because that's all that this is. This is a big database. In this database, which is initially contained in Fallout 4 ESM, defines every object, every behavior, everything about the game world that's not hardwired into the engine itself. Those objects are being defined in this massive database.
You see that? That's probably causing.
So most of the time, if you're wanting to make a change to the game, you want to mod something in the game. What you're trying to do is you're trying to find which little bit of data in all this database, what little bit of data defines the thing you want to change. So when you first load Xedit, this is the screen you're going to get. This is the module selection screen, and it's showing your load order. And let me start by explaining what load order is. This game is built around a massive database. And most of that database is stored right here in Fallout4.esm. And you're going to see, these are all plugins of various kinds. The ESMs are considered masters. The ESPs are plugins. You'll also see ESLs. I'm not going to get into ESLs in this video, but ESLs are light plugins that are basically ESPs, but designed differently and for a very specific job. Again, I'm not going to get into ESLs in this video. The main thing I want to talk about here is that an ESM is basically the core database record. And this works very much like database revisioning. You got a core database record here, and then everything below that on your load order is modifying things above it. The ESPs coming in as plugins are revision orders to records in the ESM. Now, the ESP can have brand new records. That you can create completely new records in an ESP. But for the most part, the ESP is designed to modify something defined in the core database in the ESMs. These all get loaded in a stack. So when the game boots up, and this is what FO4 edit's going to simulate. When the game boots up, the first thing it does is it's going to read the Fallout 4.esm. That's the base game database. It's going to load that into memory. And then it's going to go down the list one by one, and in each step, it's going to read all those records. Some of the records are going to be brand new, in which case you'll simply add it to the database in memory. Or a lot of those records are also going to redefine or overwrite the records that are already in memory. And then we're going to go through each one of those, and that's going to overwrite. It's going to override whatever the database record is that's currently in memory. So by the time you get to the bottom of this load order, and it's only loading the ones here that are checked. By the time you get to the bottom of this load order, you have got a big database sitting in memory that's undergone all these changes in order. That's the reason why load order is important, because the farther down you've got to plug in the load order, the more likely that's going to be the final canon reference. That's going to be what the database looks at. So we're going to start here. Again, I've only got a handful of things that I've been using for my own test play purposes lately, because I'm working on right now a new mod for companions, and so you're basically looking at my test bed here. And so we're going to load this up, and what is this going to do when I click OK? Is this going to load up the entire database in order and simulate how the game is going to interpret all this data. So let's click OK. And now, after a little bit of hang, here we go. See? This is telling you what it's doing. It's on all those database records. And now we're getting into the DLCs. Nuka.
We're fixing stuff.
And now it's loading all the ones after it, all the ESPs and plugins. And it's going back and cross-referencing all the records so that now we get an idea what the database is going to look like. This now should represent the database as it is in memory when the game loads. So now the beauty about FO4 edit is that let's do something here.
I don't know how to do it.
Let's just take a look at armor keywords. Okay. Now, when you expand the definitions under any one of these plugins, you can see the contents of each plugin.
That's
These are all the
dope.
things that it adds or changes to the
Instead
database.
of having the whole list, now I have what is
Now-
errored in front of me now.
Before we go any further, I want to talk about forms and references and things like that, because that's really important to understand. For the most part, everything that you're seeing defined here, every one of these database records is what is known as a form. These are all everything in this database defines either an object or a behavior of an object somewhere in the game. The game itself, the engine, is just processing objects and events. An object is nothing more than a static chunk of data. An event is some sort of interaction in the system that affects that chunk of data. So if you got an NPC with armor and weapons and all that fun stuff, okay, that's an object made up of other objects. That NPC is now going to also be affected by various events. For example, on hit. The on hit event means that if that NPC, if that object takes an impact from a weapon of any kind, or an explosion or something, that on hit event is going to fire. And then you got back-end code that says, hey, if this on hit event takes place, go off and do this other code that's going to affect other behaviors, and on and on and on.
I probably screwed up.
So every one of these records in this entire database is what's known as a form.
I'll reinstall it.
So when you see a form ID, that means that's basically the database record ID. All right. And up here, the form ID, that's just a hex code, index code for the form.
Let's see if it'll run.
Editor ID
crashing.
is the human readable name for it.
I'm not very.
The form IDs, the first two digits are always the first two load order.
Not very confident
hex
in that ability.
Of the plugin itself. The last 6 digits are the actual form ID itself. The two
It's time for a little Halo. And it fucking crashes straight to desktop this time. Let's try it again. I might have to start a new game. Probably should start a new game with the edits. Like, it's not even loading into the game. See if there's any edits in this. Definitely gonna do a Halo play scene thing through. I definitely want them to. I want them to hunt me too. And when I usually do my Halo playthrough, I usually side with the Minutemen because they have mods that make the Minutemen ODST, which is pretty badass, honestly. That might be my next playthrough, to be honest. Halo. To be my next thing, yeah. Might be my next mod that I do. So do I need to merge this? So this overwrites the third row overwrites the second row, which overwrites the third row, and the first row is always the Fallout 4 ESL. The second row might usually, but probably is the unofficial patch, and then everything else falls behind it. But when it loads to start me up first, then the start me ups override all of them. The start me up overrides the Fallout 4 patch, which overrides the ESM. I don't understand it. It's fucking weird. I don't know what I could do with those, so I'm not going to touch them really. I'm glad I got the grenades figured out though, cause that was kind of kicking my ass the other day. Like I ain't even gonna bullshit you. Trying to figure out the grenade was kicking my ass, because all I wanted to do was play. All I wanted to do was play. Don't you hate when that happens?
My great-great-grandfather, serving in the army, wondered when he'd get to go home to his wife and the son he'd never seen. He got his wish when the U.S. ended World War II by dropping atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The world awaited Armageddon. Instead, something miraculous happened. We began to use atomic energy not as a weapon, but as a nearly limitless source of power. People enjoyed luxuries once thought the realm of science fiction. Domestic robots, fusion-powered cars, portable computers. But then, in the 21st century, people
Something
awoke from the
changed.
American dream.
War were declared.
Years of consumption led to shortages.
War
of
were
every major
declared.
resource. The entire world unraveled. Peace became a distant memory. It is now the year 2077. We stand on the brink of total war. And I am afraid. For myself. For my wife. For my infant son. Because if my time in the army taught me one thing, it's that war never changes. War never changes.
You're gonna knock him dead at the Veterans Hall tonight, huh?
You think?
Absolutely. Now get ready and stop hogging the mirror.
Right.
Questions. Post sections.
My turn, big guy.
Well, 1 second. Let me come back to that. Actually, let me put on Warhammer so I can finish the lore dive. finish watching the rest of the template. Dude. Oh wait, wrong one.
They have
This is on the Dark Tide, by
none
the way.
dare mention that the front lines are far closer than is believed.
Hive City
The
Terrarium.
Dark Tide is no longer contained on the frontier, but in the very heart of the Mobian domain itself. The battle to survive will not be won or lost in a faraway theater, but in a single world, a single city. The world is Atoma Prime. The city is Tertium.
Tertium.
Like most hive cities across the Imperium, Tertium is a massive arcology, a self-sufficient urban center within which many tens of billions will spend their entire lives. Even by Imperial standards, however, it is unusually widespread. Its foundation stretches for over 150 kilometers, while its tallest spires extend well beyond the planet's troposphere. Hive City Tertium is an artificial mountain, a bastion of civilization
Tertium?
that rises from the inhospitable surrounding seas of drifting sands and dust. Generally, Tertium conforms to the typical layout of an Imperial hive city and can be grouped into 5 broad sections. The first and largest is the Lower Hive, which forms the city's base. This is by far the most populous section, for it holds much of Tertium's residential housing and principal industries. The citizens that live here are almost universally members of the Hive's enormous workforce, either laboring within enormous industrial sectors, power plants, and manufactoria, or responsible for the endless maintenance required to keep such areas operational. Mobian iron forms the core of these industries. It is largely unique to Atoma Prime and renowned for its valuable metallurgical qualities. While it has been used in a wide variety of applications, it is most famous for its inclusion in the armor of Mobian pattern Lehman Russ demolisher tanks. These siege vehicles are produced throughout the Hive City and are considered essential for the continued persecution of the Fringe War. As Mobian iron veins have been increasingly depleted, however, different methods of extracting the remaining traces have been developed. Enormous intakes have become a common sight across the Lower Hive, part of a crude method of extracting raw ore particulates from the dust storms that wreathe the entire world. These intakes wear out rapidly and are constantly in the process of being replaced, but have helped to sustain the planet's overall production. The Upper Hive is home of what might be considered Tertium's middle class, within the Imperium's socio-economic hierarchy. Its residents are typically members of the Administratum or other valued Imperial agencies, and include the various bureaucrats, managers, and officials necessary for the city to function with any degree of efficiency. Merit is rarely enough on its own to secure a space within the Upper Hive. Instead, its comparatively spacious and well-appointed residences are often gifted to those in some way connected with the Hive's cultural elite. The elite themselves are found exclusively within the spires, enormous structures that extend outwards to form the Hive City's tallest points. The spires possess levels of extravagance unheard of anywhere else in the Hive, with fresh food,
right?
advanced medical care, and luxury goods. Imperial nobility, merchant lords, industrial barons, church officials, and important off-world visitors form the core of its population. As the capital world of the entire Mobian domain, the spires further host the primary or secondary residences of the planetary governor, the highest commanders of the Mobian regiments, and even Lord Margrave, sector lord of the entire Mobian domain. Only immense wealth or power can secure a spot within the spires, well beyond what those in the lower levels can hope to amass in even 1,000 lifetimes. The outskirts form the perimeter of the Hive's foundation, where the city collides with the surrounding wastelands. There is a constant battle to keep the outside elements of Atoma Prime at bay, and large sections of the outskirts have fallen into ruin or otherwise been swept up by the planet's prevalent dust storms. Industrial runoff and other pollutants have made this area toxic to human life, while even the barest amenities of the Hive, like power and water, are intermittent, if not entirely absent. Mutants and other undesirables displaced from the Hive itself often prey upon the outskirts for resources, with skirmishes across its sections especially common during the desperate months of the year. Yet, the outskirts are also the one place largely free from Imperial oversight, and have become a haven for smugglers, mercenaries, and all intrepid souls who desire a life in which they serve no masters but themselves.
That's fair.
The last major section of Hive City Tertium is the Underhive, reminiscent more of an animal warren than urban center. It is a collection of ruins and abandoned structures, within which the poorest residents of the Hive have taken refuge. Like the outskirts, the necessities of life are rare here, with every utility deliberately severed, so as to not be wasted. The Underhive is something of an emergent prison, a place where gangs, criminals, and the dregs of Tertium society might be left to die. There is no law within the Underhive, only the crude decrees of gang lords built upon the tenet of might makes right. A seething, violent anarchy rules the Underhive, one that has come to hate all those, rich and poor alike, within the other sections of the Hive City. Each section of the Hive City has been constructed from hundreds of thousands of urban blocks, specialized to fulfill a certain need. The most common are habitation and industrial blocks, though transit, religious, administrative, arbites, military, and countless other kinds of blocks have been scattered across Tertium. At one time, these would have been placed in such a way as to facilitate the easy and efficient movement of the Hive's workforce and the materials they produce, but millennia of urban decay have perverted the city's original design. Through the age of the Imperium, blocks added to Tertium have been placed haphazardly, with little consideration given to their effect on the greater Hive. Smelter complexes are located on top of residential clusters, or missile propellant silos built alongside temperamental power matrices. Entire levels of the Hive might have only a scattered few precinct fortresses, while others might be overburdened with twice as many as they require. The newest blocks are increasingly built wherever it is deemed easiest, and many are completely useless, too distant from the supporting blocks necessary for their operation. Additionally, the once distinct nature of blocks has been eroded by those that live or work within them. Living space is always in hopeless demand, and it is common for rudimentary, ramshackle residences to be constructed within every kind of block, particularly in those located too far from purpose-built residential zones. Likewise, abandoned structures within the hive will invariably be retrofitted at various levels of proficiency to include new homes, markets, and everything else required by its residents. This can be particularly dangerous, as those desperate enough to move to an abandoned area are not always able to accurately discern what has been abandoned. Entire communities have been incinerated after being constructed within smelters incorrectly believed to have been deactivated. The risk, however, is always outweighed by the thought of having a few extra square meters to live, and in this sense, every block within Tertium might be considered a habitation block.
That's fair, I guess.
The extent of these modifications has even begun to deteriorate the divisions between the various sections, and it can be difficult to ascertain where the border between the upper and lower hive truly is. Enclaves of luxury might be found within slums, while urban rot and those who dwell in such places exist even in the highest spires.
True.
Only the border to the underhive remains conspicuous, guarded by elements of the Adeptus Arbites, or Militarum. Their presence here is not trivial. Rumors continue to swirl that a new power is growing within the lowest levels of Tertium, something far more dangerous, from which even the most violent gangs have been forced to flee. That battle tanks and anti-aircraft batteries have been mobilized within the hive city itself would seem to support these rumors, and it is whispered that the Imperial Inquisition itself has taken interest in the area. Gunships and troop transports are now a common sight across the lower hive, conducting sorties deep into the lower levels and depositing groups of Inquisition-aligned agents, condemned prisoners, if the rumors can be believed. That Hive City Tertium faces a new threat to its existence is now obvious beyond even the ability of Lord Margrave to suppress. But in what is likely its darkest hour, there are still signs of hope for the teeming billions that call the city home. For millennia, the Mobian regiments deployed to the Fringe War have held back the Dark Tide, and none have accrued more honors than the famed Mobian Six. They have been deployed back to Hive Tertium, a city many of its guardsmen call home, and their deployment within the city has revitalized its population. In their fighting on the battlefields of the Fringe, the Sixth have come to understand a great truth to the universe, and are now determined to use this knowledge for the betterment of all those in Tertium. The challenges they face are almost insurmountable: the rigid hierarchy of a corrupted system, the intolerance of a fanatical church, and ignorance in those who should be natural allies. But with truth also comes power, and the Mobian Sixth is said to have been blessed with the gifts of the divine. Wherever they advance, life flourishes in their wake, in such abundance and diversity never seen before on the planet.
The eyeballs.
Laughter too might be heard, amidst all the effervescent sounds of regeneration. If the Sixth is successful, if they can convince the Hive of the power of admonition, then Tertium might be reborn. It will stand atop Atoma Prime not as a pile of crumbling adamantium or rockcrete, but as a vibrant, living oasis, an incubator for every fertile seed and wondrous dream, a garden worthy of the Grandfather.
Thank you to Fat Shark for supporting our investigation into the depths of Hive City Tertium. If you'd like to help bash in the skulls of the Dark Tide with an entrenching tool, or find a noble death in the name
see, it's
of the
called
Emperor,
entrenching tool. I
Warhammer
forgot
40,000
that,
Dark Tide
it's called an
available on
entrenching tool.
Steam
I've
and
always
you'll find
called
the
it
link in the
an
description.
e-tool. when I was taught what it was, I was taught it was called an e-tool. I forget that it's actually called the entrenching tool. I know what I'm missing too.
The most grievous wounds are those that refuse to kill, yet will not heal. Instead, they linger, deepen, and fester. The passage of the years makes little difference, nor does any form of treatment. The wound remains. The afflicted creature is left to suffer in agony, subjected to every kind of pain imaginable, until it can no longer remember a time without it. The Imperium of Man has suffered many such wounds. It is a realm founded in war, and it is war that sustains it. Across the millennia, triumph and tragedy alike have left their mark. Tyranid hive fleets have consumed entire star systems. Xenos empires have enslaved untold billions, or seized countless more with vile ideologies. Orc warlords smash apart the ancient glories of mankind, while Necron tombs awake beneath them. The Imperium suffers, and the galaxy burns. Yet when the final hour of mankind arrives, and the bell of lost souls on Holy Terror rings out into the darkness for the last time, the Imperium will have finally succumbed to a wound left over 10,000 years before. The first and the last. Of every threat to assail itself against the crumbling bastions of the Imperium, no single blow has struck deeper or festered longer than the one rent into the soul of mankind by what were once its most favored warriors. They were founded on Terra as the 16th Legion, earned their first victories as the Lunar Wolves, were elevated to greater glories as the Sons of Horus, but in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium are feared and hated as the Black Legion. Raised on Terra in the final years of the 30th millennium, the 20 Space Marine Legions represented the Emperor's will to end the Unification Wars, strike out from the solar system, and reunite the lost and scattered domains of humanity. Like its brother legions, the 16th was genetically modified, its warriors implanted with the gene seed of their respective Primarch. Though the ruinous powers of Chaos would scatter the Primarchs across the galaxy, the 16th included, the relationship between the two could not be severed. Though their Primarch was lost to them, through his gene seed, they nevertheless came to express his unique character, personality, and approach to war. Imperial records of this era remain fragmented, but it is believed that the 16th's first recruits came from the hunter clans of the Jutagran Bowl and the slums of the Samsatian subplate. They were said to be ruthless and independent, swift and aggressive. Though earning many battle honors in their early campaigns, none matched the first pacification of Luna. Fortified by gene cultists, whose advanced technology was greatly desired by the Emperor, the 16th made up the vanguard of the Imperium's invasion, and were triumphant in a matter of hours. It was the first off-world conquest ever achieved by the Legions, and a desperate plea from the gene cultists, begging the Emperor to call off his wolves, would give the 16th Legion its name. The victory on Luna was said to be the first battle of the Great Crusade, the enormous campaign initiated by the Emperor to spread the rule of the Imperium across the entire galaxy. Millennia of myths and legends have overwhelmed this era, making any complete, verifiable history impossible. But most every source agrees that Horus, Primarch of the 16th Legion, was the first to be rediscovered. Some accounts claim he was found on the world of Chthoniya, having risen to a position of power in much the same way as his brothers. Others dispute this, but whatever the case, it is inarguable that Horus spent many years as the Emperor's only recovered son, and great affinity existed between them. Under the command of Horus, and their ranks swelled by recruits taken from Chthoniya, the Lunar Wolves swept across the galaxy. Imbued with various Chthonian warrior customs and the peerless instincts of Horus, the Legion was regarded as inelegant, but undeniably effective. As the Great Crusade progressed, the other Space Marine Legions were reunited with their Primarchs, and while their own battle honors would match or even exceed those of the Lunar Wolves, the 16th was always on the forefront of the Crusade, achieving many of its most spectacular and important victories. The eradication of the largest Orc empire ever recorded was foremost amongst these, and achieved through the strategic brilliance of Horus. So complete was this victory that it cemented the Emperor's decision to name Horus Warmaster, the commander-in-chief of the Imperium's armies. The 16th Legion was renamed the Sons of Horus to mark this appointment, and to cement their status as the first amongst equals. The corruption of Horus and his legions to the service of the ruinous powers of chaos was the result of a long and methodical effort.
Imagine
Hidden
being
chaos
that
cults,
great of a
maligned
fucking
artifacts,
leader and they
and
just
visions of a
fucking
nightmarish
captured
future
you.
all played
Yeah.
their part. But it was
Fucking-
Horus's
yeah.
own bitterness, jealousy, and resentment that made him receptive to the offers of the Dark Gods. He renounced his oath to the Emperor and led his legion into the worship of the ruinous powers. It was a victory of the 16th Legion that ushered the start of the Great Crusade, and it was another victory of the 16th that ended it. On the world of Istvan V, the Sons of Horus, together with the traitorous Death Guard, Emperor's Children, World Eaters, Alpha Legion, Iron Warriors, and Night Lord's legions, massacred the Loyalists mobilized against them. What would be known as the Horus Heresy had begun. The death and destruction unleashed over the course of the
Bear
Imperium's
Buttons, I'll look for
civil war
something.
was without
Ignore that.
equal in human history. In a dark reflection of the Great Crusade, the 16th Legion again carved a bloody path across the galaxy, but this time into the heart of the Imperium, towards the throne world of Terra. The siege of the Imperial Palace saw Horus finally confront the Emperor himself, and the outcome of that clash would forever echo throughout the warp. Though few witnessed it directly, Horus's psychic howl of anguish was felt by every warrior in the 16th Legion, announcing their failure and the beginning of the end of the heresy. Amidst the carnage and chaos, the Sons of Horus fled the Sol System, though not before Ezekiel Abaddon, first captain of the Legion, recovered his Primarch's body. While vengeful Imperial Warfleet scoured the remaining traitors from the galaxy, they hid within the Eye of Terror, a portal into the realm of chaos itself, and the one place the Loyalists would never dare enter. Within the Eye, the Legion withered and splintered. Blamed for the failure of the heresy, the survivors from the other traitor legions launched punitive attacks on the Sons of Horus, until it seemed that the 16th might simply cease to exist. One such attack, however, a raid conducted by the remnants of the Emperor's Children, would serve as a rallying call for the desperate Legion. Intending to clone a new and greater Warmaster, the Emperor's Children stole the body of Horus. Abaddon led the counterattack, which recovered and then destroyed the corpse of their fallen Primarch, symbolically severing them from their past failures. The victory, such as it was, cemented Abaddon as an invigorating force within the Legion, rebuilding its strength and pride. The Legion's armor was painted over the colors of mourning and vengeance, and in doing so, they earned their new name, the Black Legion. In the 10,000 years since the Siege of Terra, the Black Legion has become unrecognizable when compared to the Sons of Horus, or Lunar Wolves that preceded it. The strict hierarchy on which the 16th was organized could not survive the death of their Primarch, and the Black Legion is no longer a unified force, but a collection of warbands that have sworn fealty to Abaddon. Many of these groups are the direct evolution of the various chapters, battalions, and companies that formed the 16th Legion, which now exist as more independent entities, free to pursue their own desires. Others, however, hold no direct lineage to the old Legion. Abaddon is clearly favored by the Chaos Gods, and his undeniable power has drawn countless warbands of every kind to his service. The Black Legion is increasingly more of an ideology or dark philosophy than a direct successor to the 16th. This is expressed in the idea of the Long War, a term used to describe the ongoing conflict against the Imperium of Man. To the Black Legion, the Siege of Terra and the death of Horus was merely the first engagement, and the war has continued throughout all the centuries since. The worship of Chaos Undivided is a central tenet of the Long War. Rather than devoting
So
itself
that's
to a
what we're
single
gonna
god
do.
of chaos, as some
Chaos
other
Undivided.
traitor legions have, the Black Legion venerates them all equally as different expressions of the same universal power. Consequently, the Black Legion has the unique ability to act as a unifying force, accepting warbands devoted to rival chaos gods who might otherwise war against one another. Several specialist formations exist across the Black Legion, typically under the direct command of Abaddon. The Apothic Blade is composed solely of those veterans adorned in Terminator armor, and forms the personal bodyguard of Abaddon himself. The warband known as the Tormented is made up of those possessed by demons, while those who fail Abaddon in some way might be sentenced to join the Oathbroken and subjected to terrible mutations. The Saracen Iron Pact, meanwhile, utilizes the greatest number of tanks, land raiders, and assault transports across the Legion, acting as its elite armored forces. Many other groups have pledged themselves to a single god, while others still worship Horus as a god, or reject Abaddon entirely. These latter warbands are known as the Thrice-Cursed Traitors, and represent the last elements of the old sons of Horus, who refused the new tenets of Abaddon. Maintaining control across such a wild and diverse force is critical to the success of the Legion. While Abaddon shares the same aptitude for diplomacy and carnage that made Horus such an effective warmaster, he has also come to rely on an inner circle to preserve his authority across the greater host. These favored lieutenants are known as the Chosen of Abaddon. Each is granted special purpose across the Black Legion, and each is devoted to a different god of chaos. The Lord Ravager commands the Black Legion's invasion fleets, and is said to always be the first to set foot on a target world. The Lord Ravager is always a devotee of Khorne, the Blood God. The Lord Deceiver is a powerful sorcerer, able to guide the Legion through the fickle currents of the warp, and perhaps even glimpse its possible futures. The Lord Deceiver is always a devotee of Tzeentch, the Lord of Sorcery and Architect of Fate. The Lord Corruptor instills fear and hatred amongst the Chaos Space Marines of the Black Legion, adorning a trophy rack with the skulls of those who have failed Abaddon. The Lord Corruptor is always a devotee of Nurgle, the Plague God. The Lord Purgator ensures that the conquest or raising of worlds is never left half-finished, and that every soul left alive is dragged away in chains, and every edifice is adorned with the markings of the ruinous powers. The Lord Purgator is always a devotee of Slaanesh. Though the strict hierarchy of the 16th no longer exists, through Abaddon and his Chosen, the Black Legion has maintained a sense of coherence unusual amongst the traitor legions. This is not always apparent, for its various warbands will often act independently, and at times even war against each other. It is during the Black Crusades, however, that the Legion again acts as one. Many champions of Chaos have launched their own Black Crusades against the galaxy, but the 13 Black Crusades of Abaddon the Despoiler are without equal. Each has unleashed a tide of carnage across the Imperium, before ultimately retreating back into the Eye of Terror. Though the Imperium considers each Black Crusade to have been defeated, the truth is that collectively they have all progressed a great plan, known only to Abaddon himself. But within the triumphs of the 13th Black Crusade, Abaddon the Despoiler's great plan is beginning to reveal itself. Cadia, the great fortress world that for millennia held back the Eye of Terror, has finally been destroyed. Its fall has unleashed a new tide of warp storms, greater than any to have afflicted the galaxy before. The Great Rift, as they are known, have split the Imperium in half, and repeated the disasters of Cadia across thousands of other worlds. For millennia, Abaddon has promised to succeed where Horus failed. His hour might have finally arrived. The Imperium is desperate. For every new wound left by the Black Legion, the first and greatest festers even more. There is a path of blood that leads directly to Holy Terror itself, and Abaddon need only follow it to finally bring about the ultimate victory of Chaos. He has seen his victory in the visions of the warp, seen the Imperial Palace crushed beneath the weight of his armies, and the body of the Emperor cast atop the endless charnel pits, overflowing with the corpses of the species he failed. He has seen the galaxy burn.
Yeah, I gotta get.
The Templin
I mean,
Institute
this is
investigates the nations, factions, and organizations
what's
of
the name?
alternate worlds.
This keyboard is.
If you've enjoyed this video,
This keyboard
and
is
would like
old,
to join
so
the
I can
Templin
definitely
Institute,
throw it away.
consider pledging to our
Still.
Patreon page. Along with increased security access, you'll be able to vote in polls to determine future topics, get custom wallpaper every week, and receive some other exclusive rewards. Across the millennia, the enigmatic Leagues of Votan have been content to exist in relative isolation. But as horrific warp storms tear the galaxy in half, even they have been forced to abandon this isolationism and will soon become a far more active force on the galactic stage. This will surely come as something of a shock to the other major powers, who are largely unaware that the Leagues and the billions of kin that make them up even existed in the first place. But how is this possible? How can an empire whose size and population far exceeds the dwindling Eldari or the fledgling Tau have remained hidden for so long? This can be at
They
least
go hard
partly
with hammers. I like
to
it.
the almost inaccessible region of the galaxy that the greatest leagues have claimed as their own, the galactic core.
Ooh.
It is a territory overwhelmed by cosmic phenomena, gravitic anomalies, and dense asteroid clusters ejected by the supermassive black hole that lies at the galaxy's heart. Deep in the core, most star systems and the worlds within them are bathed in deadly cosmic radiation, or nothing but shattered husks split apart by overwhelming gravitational forces. Only the orcs and the Tyranids have made successful, lasting inroads into the core and encountered the Leagues, and neither has had the inclination to share their discovery of the kin to the wider galaxy. But the Leagues themselves seem to have been almost engineered to thrive within this environment. Through a combination of physiology and technology, the kin have been able to settle within vast holds. These might be enormous tunnel networks that span entire worlds, collections of heavily armed and armored void stations, chains of domes scattered across asteroid belts, fleets of enormous factory vessels, hollowed out industrial moons, or grav-anchored stations.
If I do another Space Engineers
The core
playthrough,
itself
I
may be
might.
the
I just don't like that
richest
there's no
part of the galaxy
NPCs in
terms
there
of
for me to
natural
loot or
resources.
anything like this.
Incalculable riches are produced within the region's stellar nurseries, and the kin have developed the means to split planets apart and reap the molten harvest. The various leagues maintain trade routes and communication networks, everything they need to be entirely self-sufficient. For most of their history, there was simply no need for the kin to ever leave the core. But this is not to say that they never ventured out into the wider galaxy. In fact, the kin possess a deep spirit of exploration. They are well aware of the state of things outside their borders, and this has only deepened their commitment to remain hidden. Kin prospecting fleets roam many territories of the galaxy, but in their dealings with other races, they are unforthcoming, never sharing any details that might reveal their origins, history, and current state. And these dealings are generally limited in scope, a single fleet, conflict, or trade agreement at most. So while the Imperium and the other powers of the galaxy have remained mostly ignorant of the Leagues, they have actually encountered them many times before. They have just misconstrued these encounters. Imperial records in particular are full of references to wandering merchant races, unclassified Xenos trade fleets, or abhuman enclaves. How many of these might have actually been the kin? And when a single league in more constant communication with the Imperium found itself on the wrong end of High Fleet Leviathan, the Imperium, for their part, believed the entire race had been destroyed. The Tau, meanwhile, know the kin as the Demiurge. To the Eldari, they are the Heliosi Ancients, and to others, they are the Ganastari, the Grom, or the Kreg. But the Leagues of Votan are no longer able to hide behind the veil of ignorance that has kept them protected for so long. In addition to the constant incursions by the Orcs and the Tyranids, League excavations have increasingly awakened Necron tomb worlds. The tentative alliances and trade pacts with the Eldari and the Tau have begun to break down, and the Imperium has grown bolder in its search for lost technologies that the kin still possess. And above them all, the powers of the Dark Gods are growing ever stronger, and the Leagues of Votan will not be spared if their designs come to fruition. In the face of such threats, the Leagues have no choice, and the path ahead is clear. They must strike out across the galaxy and claim the stars from those who no longer deserve them. In Incoming, the Templin Institute discusses the theories and ideas found across alternate worlds. If you've enjoyed this video and would like to join the Templin Institute, consider pledging to our Patreon page. Along with increased security access, you'll be able to vote in polls to determine future topics, get custom wallpaper every week, and receive some other exclusive rewards.
guardsmen of the Astra Militarum might be expended as easily and as rapidly as any form of ammunition within the Imperium of Man. In the time it takes for a conscript to fall to the dirt after suffering a lethal blow, their replacement can have already taken their space on the line. The Imperial Navy has no such luxury. The destruction of even the smallest warship represents the loss of hundreds of thousands of man-hours, of vital resources, and irrecoverable technology.
That's fair.
It is therefore no wonder the greatest asset of the Holy Fleet are not the enormous battleships and grand cruisers salvaged from the dark age of technology, nor the vast fleet anchorages and battle stations that guard systems of vital importance, but rather any class of ship that might be easily repaired or replaced. In this respect, the most important vessels within the entire war fleets of the Imperium might be the Luna-class cruisers. The backbone of the Imperial Navy, Luna-class cruisers are likely the most ubiquitous warships within any of the segmentums that divide the Imperium. Over 600 are believed to be active within the segmentum Obscurus alone, and many thousands more are scattered across the remainder of the galaxy.
Shit.
They can be found in every role a cruiser was designed to fulfill, from independent actions that include long-range patrols, commerce raiding, and reconnaissance, to screening larger capital ships within Imperial armadas. They have also become popular outside the Imperial Navy, with many ships of the Luna class operated by the Basilicon Astra of the Adeptus Mechanicus and the crusading fleets of the Adeptus Astartes.
Get back inside.
Still others are commanded by prominent rogue traders, or have been claimed by renegades, traitors, or Xenos scavengers. Their pervasiveness within Imperial service is due wholly to their comparatively uncomplicated design. They can be built in shipyards and facilities that might be otherwise unable to construct a ship of the line, and much of the work can be accomplished by unskilled labor. Many Luna-class cruisers are famous purely by the site of their construction, whether over hive worlds and industrial worlds with no shipbuilding expertise, or even feudal worlds and agri-worlds lacking major industrial facilities. In this respect, the Luna-class cruiser Lord Daros is especially noteworthy, constructed in orbit of a feral world, with materials mined by local primitives, and then sacrificed at what they believed were sky temples. Like all material that is produced in mass numbers across the Imperium, the Luna class can vary drastically in its appearance and specifications, depending on where it was constructed. This is further complicated by the centuries of repairs and refits these vessels are subjected to, many of which are conducted during inopportune moments, and require improvised modifications over regulated additions. Reduced to its base characteristics, a standard Luna class is not particularly impressive, with an Imperial service. They are a mid-sized vessel, generally 5 kilometers in length, with a mass of 28 megatons, and a crew of roughly 95,000. Many of the elements that have come to characterize Imperial ship designs are present, including a heavily armored prow that gives way to an elongated, ostentatious superstructure. The Luna class bristles with weapon emplacements, but its principal armament consists of prow-mounted torpedo launchers, and immense concentrates of armor-piercing lance batteries, and more versatile macro cannons, laser cannons, railguns, and missile launchers. These are mainly located on the Luna class's port and starboard sides, directly behind the armored prow. The ship's stern is dedicated to housing a conventional subliminal plasma drive and warp engines that allow for travel through the immaterium. On its own, a Luna class is generally considered to lack the ability to engage with the enemy at great distances, and is most effective at medium or point-blank engagements. Experienced captains will therefore typically use the vessel's torpedoes to disrupt enemy movements, and take advantage of this distraction to quickly close the distance with hostile vessels. Imperial doctrine, however, stresses that the Luna class should almost always be deployed in pairs, for it is when operating in tandem that the vessel truly shines. By forcing the enemy to divide their firepower between two mobile targets, and covering one another's approach, dual Luna class cruisers have been known to destroy warships that greatly exceed their combined size, armament, and capability. Likewise, damage that might confine other classes of vessel to lengthy repairs within a shipyard can be repaired on a lunar class in a fraction of the time. The relative ease of construction and modifications makes the lunar class a fitting template for other vessels within the Imperial Navy. The up-armored and up-gunned Armageddon class represents a recent attempt to create less expensive battlecruisers from lunar-class hulls. The Dictator class replaces offensive armaments with vast launch bays for strike craft. The Dominator class is equipped with the massive Nova cannon to make it not only effective, but devastating at long range, while the Gothic class doubles the number of heavy lancers at the expense of its more versatile weaponry. Many other official and unofficial variants exist, with rogue traders in particular commonly removing the forward torpedo tubes in favor of more cargo space. Fast, well-armed and armored, the Lunar class is a truly versatile platform for whatever variants or refits the Imperium might consider. In the long and bloody history of the Imperium, the Lunar class has gained renown as a dependable, effective warship. Ships of the class have racked up a tally of impressive battle honors, from the Badab War to the fall of Cadia, the Makarian Crusade, and the Third War of Armageddon. But no action in which the Lunar class was involved can match the Battle of Carlos II, when 4 cruisers engaged and left adrift the infamous Planet Killer. Once the flagship of Abaddon the Despoiler, before it fell under the command of Maleficta Arkham, its destruction saved billions of lives in a sector of the Imperium still recovering from the devastation wrought by the Gothic War. Yet, for every famous victory of the Lunar class, 1,000 more go unremembered. Such is always the price of ubiquity. But it is the merchant convoys and frontier patrols, the distant voyages and routine cruises that truly bind the Imperium together. For it is through the Lunar class and all its unremembered, mundane triumphs that the Imperial Navy endures.
In Arsenal, the Templin Institute investigates the weapons, vehicles, and other constructs from across alternate worlds. If you've enjoyed this video and would like to join the Templin Institute, consider pledging to our Patreon page. Along with increased security access, you'll be able to vote in polls to determine future topics, get custom wallpaper every week, and receive some other exclusive rewards. Before we begin today's investigation, the Templin Institute Patreon has been updated this month with some new rewards. So, if you have the means and desire to help support the Templin Institute, now is the perfect time. A pledge of $15 and above entitles you to this exclusive Templin Institute pin, while a $25 pledge guarantees a print of this original artwork. This offer ends on October 8th, 2022, but if you're watching this in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, we probably have some new special offer going on. Templin Institute branded servo skulls, maybe. Either way, you'll find a link to our Patreon in the description.
Keep that together.
For 10,000 years, the Imperium of Man has withered in the shadow of the Great Crusade. It was an incalculable effort, a grand campaign, elevated to legend and myth. The Great Crusade marked the brief but golden era in human history, when the Emperor himself raised high a burning sword to throw back the darkness of the Old Night. Wherever his fleets and armies triumphed, civilization was rekindled. Wonders were rebuilt, star systems and sectors were reunified, and the promise of technology and science pulled back humanity from the depths of its ignorance. The Battle of Istvan V marked the official end of the Great Crusade and the start of the heresy that would tear down everything it had sought to achieve. In the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, the campaigns of the Emperor are a distant memory, intertwined with myth and lies. But the most terrible truth the enemies of mankind can learn is that the Great Crusade never ended. Even in this dark and terrible age where the Imperium withers, fleets and armies tear across the galaxy in its name. But no longer do they carry with them the power of technology or science, nor the promise of progress and understanding. Now, the Great Crusade brings only death and vengeance, for it is no longer the Emperor that leads it, but his most zealous, vindictive sons, the Black Templars. Like many of the institutions and organizations that today make up the Imperium of Man, the Black Templars were born from the fear of a second massive civil war, from which it would never recover. The transhuman Space Marine legions, immortalized as the Astartes, were the most powerful of the Emperor's armies, and without them, the Great Crusade would have faltered and failed. But when corrupted by the Dark Gods, the legions also represented the greatest threat to the continued survival of human civilization. To prevent the calamity of the Horus Heresy from ever repeating itself across the Imperium, Primarch Roboute Guilliman argued in its immediate aftermath that the legions should be reorganized into far smaller chapters, consisting of no more than 1,000 Space Marines. He penned his treatises in a sacred tome of military organization that would come to be known as the Codex Astartes. Guilliman's surviving loyal brothers, each in command of a legion of their own, were divided by his proposal, but none were more vocal in their opposition than Rogel Dawn, Primarch of the Imperial Fists Legion.
So it's a location, not a
It was only when Dawn realized that his steadfastness might lead to the very kind of internal conflict that Guilliman sought to avoid that he consented. In an event known as the Second Founding, the Imperial Fists were split into numerous chapters, and the Black Templars were born. Ironically, though Dawn had sought to keep his legion united, the establishment of the Black Templars, in many ways, merely gave independence to a distinct force that had already existed within the Imperial Fists. Even before the Horus Heresy, Sigismund, first captain of the Imperial Fists Legion, had gained a reputation as a warrior of peerless lethality and ability. Only the Primarch surpassed his almost supernatural genius for dealing death to the enemies of mankind. During the Siege of Terra, Sigismund was further elevated to the honorary position of Emperor's Champion, and the livery of the Imperial Fists that adorned his armor was painted over black to signal he represented the Emperor himself. But above all, Sigismund radiated a zealousness and fanaticism that attracted others of a similar mindset to his side. When the time came to appoint a chapter master for the nascent Black Templars, Sigismund was an obvious choice. He initiated as his first warriors those among the former Legion who shared his zealotry and determination. Many were selected from the Templar Brethren, an elite force within the Imperial Fists that had guarded the Temple of Oaths aboard the flagship Phalanx. They adopted the black armor of Sigismund as their own, and it is believed from this early cadre that the entire chapter would take its name. Sigismund, however, refused to adhere to the Codex Astartes, regarding it as an insult by Guilliman, directed towards his own Primarch, Dawn. Yet he was also devoted to proving the loyalty of his chapter. By his order, the Black Templars embarked on a crusade into the unexplored reaches of the galaxy, far from the oversight of Guilliman and the Imperium, and deep into the heart of the enemy. For 10,000 years, this campaign has endured, the longest Space Marine crusade in the history of the Imperium. The Black Templars have strayed further and further from the Codex Astartes across the millennia, and are now virtually unrecognizable when compared to the force that Guilliman envisioned. Many of their variances are merely superficial, such as the adoption of distinct titles and ranks. Others, however, have completely altered the very foundation of the chapter, and must be kept secret from the Imperium. It is likely that no other chapter has deviated from the Codex Astartes to the same extent as the Black Templars. Their most distinctive element is their complete lack of a chapter homeworld, preferring instead to exist nomadically aboard their crusading fleets and armadas. Their only stationary bases are a series of keeps and outposts established on worlds they have conquered. These act as recruitment centers that process aspirant battle brothers, and replenishment stations that provide logistical support to their mobile forces. Even these keeps, however, might be abandoned or reclaimed, as the movement of the Crusade dictates. A Gloriana-class battleship, the Eternal Crusader, just one of 20 such vessels constructed during the Great Crusade, serves as the chapter flagship. It houses all the sacred relics, chapels, and devotional places of the Black Templars, and acts as a de facto capital and fortress monastery. But the greatest secret of the Black Templars might be their exact disposition and fighting strength. The chapter is rumored to possess an unusually high number of Astartes, greatly exceeding not only the 1,000 warrior limit imposed by Gilliman, but perhaps even the legions of old. If true, this would make the Black Templars the largest Space Marine force within the Imperium, by an enormous margin. Their exact numbers are obfuscated by rarely assembling the entire chapter together, and instead dividing it between several crusading fleets. There are typically at least 3 operating at all times, though as many as 14 have been known to exist simultaneously. Each fleet is led by a marshal, and might consist of one or several fighting companies, which are in turn commanded by a castellan. Fighting companies themselves can vary drastically in numbers. Some contain only a few dozen battle brothers, while others exceed 100. Individual Astartes are rarely assigned to a company by a superior, but instead choose their assignments based on fraternal bonds and codes of honor. Specialists such as apothecaries and chaplains, meanwhile, have near complete autonomy within the chapter, able to move between formations as they see fit. In addition to the Astartes themselves, companies include the far more numerous non-augmented personnel who supply the material, specialists, and auxiliary assets required to keep the Crusade fleets operational. Even at the tactical level, the Black Templars have eschewed the rigid doctrine of the Codex Astartes in favor of more flexible and ad hoc units. This is epitomized in the Crusader Squad, a unique merging of veteran Astartes warriors with unproven new recruits. These form the mainstay of the chapter's armies, with most elite Crusader squads led by sword brethren. These are the greatest warriors within the chapter, spread amongst its many squads, rather than grouped together, as the Codex Astartes would dictate. Likewise, where other chapters would rotate their Astartes between various companies to learn different methods of warfare, Space Marines of the Black Templars are encouraged to seek out their own path. Many spend decades or even centuries without any advance in rank, and no dishonor is seen in this. The path from novice initiate to fleet marshal is thought to be guided by the Emperor alone. The title of High Marshal is bestowed upon the Supreme Commander of the Black Templars, to which all other marshals swear fealty. The High Marshal enjoys perhaps the most autonomy of any military commander within the Imperium of Man, decreeing by his own designs where and when his forces will engage the enemy. Even Imperial governors, Lord Commanders of the Astra Militarum, and other Astartes might be denied help from the Black Templars if their cause is considered corrupt or unworthy. Yet they make a special exception for the requests of the Ecclesiarchy, and this provides a clue to the most fundamental divergence of the Black Templars. While many chapters of the Adeptus Astartes demonstrate some kind of secular spiritualism or ancestor worship, the Black Templars have fully embraced the literal truth of the imperial cult. They see the Emperor of Man as nothing less than a god to be worshipped and adored, and to whom sacrifices are owed on the field of battle. The most visible expression of this belief are the devotion chains they bring into battles. Astartes of the Black Templars will typically bind their weapons to their fists on the eve of conflict, removing them only when victory has been achieved. Chains of zeal, by contrast, are permanent, affixed to the most fanatical battle brothers, and only removed upon their death. This uncompromising belief and religious fervor permeates every aspect of the chapter, and is used to justify the harshest of measures. Even amongst the Space Marine chapters, the Black Templars are capable of extreme violence and abhorrent sacrifices. Yet, no matter the scale of the massacres they perpetrate, or the consequences of their intolerance, so long as it is done in the Emperor's name, it will always be justified. The zealotry of the Black Templars is also expressed in the chapter's absolute refusal to accommodate librarians, the sanctioned psychers of the Astartes, within their ranks. Their zealous hatred of anything corrupted or suspected to be corrupted by the warp leaves no room for any kind of mutant or aberration. This prejudicial hatred of librarians is often misinterpreted by outsiders as a sweeping intolerance for all forms of psyker, but in truth, the Black Templars hold a special reverence for astropaths. These individuals are seen as holy disciples, honored for their gifts that allow them to witness the light of the Emperor. The newly crafted Primaris Marines, however, have been viewed with equal parts suspicion and adulation across each of the crusading fleets. Black Templars seem especially suited to undergo the agonizing transformation into this new and stronger breed of Space Marine, but some also view the process as blasphemy upon the original work of the Emperor. The rumors that many of the first Primaris Marines sent to reinforce the chapter were slaughtered has done little to ease the tensions between the Black Templars and the Imperium they serve. The Black Templars, however, still possess the intense desire first held by Sigismund to prove their devotion to the Emperor. Every subsequent High Marshal has repeated the vow of their founder and continued the crusade that he started. The Black Templars have annihilated countless alien races, shattered the foundations of stellar empires, and even prosecuted imperial worlds on which the slightest taint of corruption was found. Across their 10,000-year history, they took part in the Great Scouring that formed in the aftermath of the Horus Heresy. They confronted the Black Crusades of Abaddon the Despoiler, and the mightiest wars of the Greenskins. To the darkness they have brought fire, to the ignorant, faith. But in the unfolding new age that has come to be known as the Era Indomitus, the Black Templars have found the ultimate crucible in which to prove their faith. As the galaxy burns to the laughter of the dark gods, and the light of the Imperial faith lies gutted, the chapter has been reinvigorated. Long-abandoned chapter keeps have been restored, and new ones raised on the burning rubble of traitor strongholds. Fresh crusades are being formed, and old ones reinforced. On 1,000 different battlefields, their righteous hatred and tireless intolerance drives them onwards. For the galaxy is beset by the alien, the mutant, the heretic, and the witch, and the Black Templars can suffer none to live.
The Templin Institute investigates the nations, factions, and organizations of alternate worlds. If you've enjoyed this video and would like to join the Templin Institute, consider pledging to our Patreon page. Along with increased security access, you'll be able to vote in polls to determine future topics, get custom wallpaper every week, and receive some other exclusive rewards. The Templin Institute has never been particularly secretive about our love for tanks, but in this economy, it's just not practical to drive one as part of your daily commute. Believe us, we've tried. Thankfully, the sponsor of this video has the solution. War Thunder is an online military vehicle combat game featuring an arsenal of more than 2,000 playable tanks, aircraft, helicopters, and warships from 10 different nations. You can take part in enormous combined arms warfare on over 100 battlefields spanning over a century of military development, from the 1920s all the way to the modern era. And as a stickler for realism, I'm particularly impressed by War Thunder's detailed and immersive damage model. There are few feelings as immensely satisfying as putting an APHE round directly in the driver's viewport of some poor sucker's tank. But the best part is, War Thunder is completely free to play, whether on PC, Xbox Series X or S, the PlayStation 5, or the previous console generation. And with cross-platform play, there's no issue commanding a squadron of tanks, planes, or ships with your friends and over 50 million other players. Use the link below to sign up and receive a bonus premium tank, aircraft, or ship, and a 3-day account boost.
The Primarchs were the greatest creations of the Emperor of Man. 20 engineered sons, in whom each the dream of their father was carried. They were bred to be perfect warriors, generals, diplomats, and statesmen, and each would find in the Imperium of Man a distinct role for which they were uniquely suited. Leman Russ, the Great Wolf, would find his calling as an executioner. How one Primarch might have fared against another in battle has always been a captivating field of study, bordering on heresy. There can be little doubt, however, that Leman Russ was amongst the finest warriors to ever serve the Emperor and his Imperium. On his ancient homeworld of Fenris, tales are told of how, as a young man, he single-handedly defeated entire armies of rival kings, while the Imperium still rejoices in victories Russ achieved during the Great Crusade. It is incontrovertible that untold numbers of heretics, Xenos, and demons fell to Russ's great weapons. Mjolnir, the Sword of Bale Knight, the murderous Axe of Hellwinter, or the masterly crafted bolter, Scornspitter. Yet, even if every tale is true, and tens of millions were vanquished by Russ alone, this grim tally is nothing, wholly insignificant, compared to the toll taken on the enemies of mankind by the machine that now bears his name. For though the Great Wolf vanished over 10 millennia ago, the terrible work he performed as executioner continues in the Leman Russ main battle tank. The most ubiquitous armored fighting vehicle within Imperial service, the Leman Russ can be found on nearly every battlefield across the galaxy. It has become famed for its versatility, fulfilling a wide variety of roles in every imaginable environment. Though primarily deployed by the Astra Militarum and the planetary defense forces of individual worlds, it is not unheard of for Leman Russ tanks to be operated by other Imperial institutions. Elements of the Adeptus Astartes, Adeptus Mechanicus, Militarum Tempestus, Legio Cybernetica, Adeptus Sororitas, and Adeptus Arbites have all been known to make use of the vehicle, either in special circumstances or as a permanent fixture in their operating forces. The Space Wolves chapter in particular was once known to have maintained a fleet of Leman Russ variants. This was a violation of the Codex Astartes that governed their military structure, but one overlooked to allow the sons of Leman Russ himself to utilize the namesake of their Primarch. In a notable stain on the vehicle's honor, Leman Russ tanks are also commonly appropriated by forces hostile to the Imperium. Its pervasiveness across the galaxy has ensured that it is routinely seized by heretics and traitors, or Xenos-backed cults that have overthrown Imperial worlds. The Tau Empire is known to make use of the tank within its human auxiliary forces, dutifully maintaining vehicles obtained from defecting Imperial units and planets. The Orcs likewise maintain a great love for the tank, salvaging wrecks or liberating Imperial vehicles whenever possible. These latter tanks are inevitably modified with bizarre additions or alterations, heavily degrading the vehicle's overall performance. Much of the success found by the Leman Russ tank is owed to its comparatively simple design and ease of operation. 7.08 meters long, 4.86 wide, 4.42 in height, and weighing roughly 60 tons, the vehicle is one of the smaller and more compact designs of its type within Imperial service. It can be operated by a crew of 4, with a commander, driver, main gunner, and loader. Its primary weapon is a 120mm smoothbore cannon, with a secondary hull-mounted las cannon or heavy bolter mounted on the vehicle's forward hull. Its plasteel armor is between 100 and 200mm thick, with protection prioritized on the vehicle's turret and front at the expense of its flanks and rear. With a properly tuned engine, a Lehman Russ can attain speeds of roughly 70 kilometers an hour, though in most cases, 30 kilometers an hour is considered a more reliable top speed. In either case, it is capable of using almost any combustible liquid or fuel, with a range of roughly 170 Terran kilometers. Auspex multi-scanners and inertial dampening technology allow the vehicle to fire accurately, even while moving quickly across unfavorable terrain. While these specifications represent the standard model of Lehman Russ tank, it is impossible to know how many in service have actually been built to this standard. As with all materiel produced in such enormous numbers within the Imperium, there are significant variations in output from world to world, or even factory to factory. There is no aspect of a Lehman Russ that might not be changed to take advantage of readily available local resources, or circumvent ongoing shortages. In the same way, the methods by which the vehicles are produced can drastically affect their final condition and attributes. A Lehman Russ tank constructed by a rudimentary factory on a primitive, feudal world might be unrecognizable when compared to those manufactured by designated forge worlds of the Adeptus Mechanicus. As a consequence, each production line features its own unique quirks and eccentricities. Most of these are merely cosmetic, while some can deeply affect the performance of the vehicle itself. 33 patterns are recognized by the Adeptus Mechanicus, but the true number is certainly far higher, and potentially in the tens of thousands. Mars Alpha pattern Lehman Russ tanks are known to have a slightly larger chassis, allowing for greater crew comfort and additional communications equipment. Solar patterns, by contrast, were first built for the ancient Solar Auxilia regiments of the Imperial Army, and fitted with greater survival and exploration systems. It is the alteration of the tank's armament, however, that has resulted in the majority of Lehman Russ variants. These are typically designated within Imperial service by an affix applied to the Lehman Russ name. Among the most common is the Lehman Russ Demolisher, replacing its standard issue 120mm cannon with a larger bore but shorter ranged howitzer intended to destroy fortified positions.
Okay. Fair. No, that's good.
The Punisher is an anti-infantry tank with a single turret-mounted Gatling gun, while the rarer Vanquisher is equipped with a longer-barreled anti-tank cannon. Lehman Russ Incinerators, Huntsmen, Exterminators, Eradicators, Annihilators, and hundreds of other variants are all less common, specializing in everything from tank hunting to the eradication of macro predators. Other prominent variations include heavy bolter or flamer weapon sponsons to either side of the vehicle, increasing its crew to 6, though severely limiting their ability to evacuate the tank during an emergency. Less obvious alterations might be the addition or removal of track guards, auger arrays, dozer blades, searchlights, minesweepers, single-use hunter-killer missiles, or pintle-mounted small arms or light weapons. Furthermore, Lehman Russ tanks are consistently given field modifications by their respective crews, often forms of local camouflage or supplementary improvised armor.
Right. Like we have something like that in the military called
disparity across its production lines and the diverse threats it is expected to confront makes the overall effectiveness
it's little
of the
grids
vehicle
you can put on your
difficult
vehicle
to ascertain.
that if somebody fires a
On
weapon
most
at
battlefields,
you,
it has developed a reputation
the
as
grids
reliable
of
and
explosives
adaptable, resilient even in the face of the most powerful enemy weaponry, while delivering fearsome firepower in return. Here, even a single Lehman Russ can provide an enormous boost in morale to its accompanying infantry. In other theaters, it is widely despised as a cumbersome, slow vehicle whose prominent silhouette makes it an easy target and more of a danger to its own crew than the enemy. Generally, the Imperium has found the Lehman Russ to be effective in most conditions, and it continues to fulfill a key role within Imperial strategy and capabilities. When possible, it is most successful when part of a mechanized vanguard advancing across open terrain, or when supported by infantry or other vehicles in less favorable battlefield conditions. A Lehman Russ will ultimately only be as effective as its accompanying elements. The Lehman Russ has been in continuous production and operation for over 10,000 years, and predates the foundation of the Imperium itself. It was likely developed at some point in the Dark Age of technology, and then lost during the Age of Strife that followed. It was rediscovered by the Space Wolves Legion in their liberation of Nova Borrelia, a Xenos-infested hive world. The vehicle's specifications were included in the surviving fragments of an ancient Standard Template Construct, or STC. Grateful to have this piece of lost knowledge returned to them, the Mechanicum of Mars honored the Space Wolves by naming the tank for their Primarch, Lehman Russ. Despite unfounded rumors that the design had in fact been that of ancient agricultural equipment, the Lehman Russ main battle tank found immediate success at the forefront of the Great Crusade. It was used by both the Loyalists and traitors during the Horus Heresy, and has been present in every war fought by the Imperium across the millennia that followed. Lehman Russ tanks roared across the wastes of Armageddon and the killing fields of Vrax. They scoured the surface of 1,000 worlds during the Makarian Crusade and endured the heavy toll of the Sabbat worlds. They have dueled with the eldritch machines of the Drukhari and stood firm against the endless swarms of the Tyranid Hive Fleets. There is no foe they have not met in battle, and spoken to the enemy in the words of the Great Wolf himself. Here I am, and here shall I die.
Thanks again to War Thunder for sponsoring our investigation into the Lehman Russ main battle tank. Use the link in the description to download War Thunder on your platform of choice, because 1 hour after this video is released, we'll be streaming War Thunder on our Twitch channel. We'd love to get a Templin Institute battalion up and running, so hop in your tank of choice and we'll see you on the battlefield.
For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor of Mankind has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. He is the master of mankind by the will of the gods, and master of 1,000,000 worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. He is a rotting carcass writhing invisibly with power from the dark age of technology. He is the carrion lord of the vast imperium of man, for whom 1,000 souls are sacrificed every day, so that he may never truly die. Yet, while the golden era in which the Emperor tread the soil of his Imperium and spilled the blood of those who might defile it grows ever more distant, his will can still be felt. There is a huge and dangerous presence growing within the demon-infested miasma of the warp, and during moments of extraordinary peril, when mankind's very existence is threatened, it can make itself felt across realities. There are many ways in which the prayers of humanity might be answered, and the will of the Emperor made known. But few are the equal of Saint Celestine, living saint of the Order of the Martyred Lady. It is natural that all those elevated to the highest pantheon of imperial heroes might have their accomplishments embellished and character magnified, but the accounts of Saint Celestine have been remarkably consistent. Imperial records speak of imminent slaughters turned into rousing victories by the miraculous intervention of a wrathful warrior borne aloft on angelic wings and righteous fury. Her figure burns with light, fiercer than the heart of any star. Courage and resolve builds in any noble soul that meets her gaze, while those that harbor evil are overcome with abject terror. A single graceful gesture might call forth an inferno of terrible power, or make
I love the
strong
way they
again the
describe
sick
shit.
and dying. Mercy and rage circles her every moment.
That
In
is
her
that is
presence,
pretty
the
badass.
faithful
to
are
me.
led to
That's pretty
victory,
badass to me.
while traitors and demons boil away into nothingness. History is littered with tales such as these. A legion of pretenders have claimed sainthood, and with it, the Emperor's favor. But it is not Celestine's actions in life that mark her as a true saint, but those that occur in death. She has been burned to ashes by the unnatural fires of the ruinous powers. Her armor has been split by eldritch alien weaponry, and her body torn asunder. She has been crushed
Imagine
beneath
being
the treads
that
of demonic
badass and
engines
keep
or
going,
mangled on the
keep
blades
going,
of the
keep
Imperium's
going,
greatest
keep
foes.
going, and
Every
just,
manner of mortal
nasty.
blow has snuffed the life from Saint Celestine, but
she's
each
still
and
goes.
every time she has
She's
returned,
still rocking. She's
rising
still
once
rocking.
more
Like, that's
again
badass to me.
and again and again to strike down her would-be killer. To those who have witnessed these miraculous acts, her explanation is simple. She will only die when the Emperor himself claims her, and not a moment before.
Right? Go ahead, girl. Go ahead.
Very little is known of the life of Celestine before she was declared a living saint of the Imperium. The Order of Our Martyred Lady, one of the great orders militant of the Adeptus Sororitas, does however make note of a Sister Repentia by that name within their ranks. She was said to have been among the armies of the Imperium, mustered against the heretics of the Palatine Schism. Celestine was at the forefront of the first wave, where the fighting was most fierce, and she was killed in battle during the drive to the capital city on the world of Eurytion. Celestine was merely one among countless others that lost their lives in the service of the Emperor that day, but special mention was made of the grim butcher's toll she inflicted upon the enemy. When her body was reclaimed, however, by her surviving sisters, they were shocked to discover that when cleansed of the blood and filth of battle, no wound could be found upon her body. She arose as if from a deep sleep the next day, and the light of one touched by the divine glowed within her eyes. By the time the crusade to end the Palatine Schism reached its apex, Celestine had become its sacred figurehead. In this role, she gained immense influence, and used it to convince the Lord Militant of the Imperial forces to liberate a seemingly unimportant world, Sanctus Lys. While none then alive, save Celestine, were aware of its significance, this backwater world was a holy place. It was home to a shrine of Saint Catherine, a living saint of the Order of the Fiery Heart, the precursor to Celestine's own order. In the shattered remains of this shrine, Celestine came upon a forgotten crypt, and descended into the darkness on steps none had trod upon for millennia. When dawn came the following morning, Celestine rose from the tomb like Catherine
That's
herself.
badass. Look at that.
Divine radiance had enveloped her. Mighty angelic wings had appeared at her back, while doves and cherubs circled her transformed visage. She had donned the armor of Saint Catherine, anointed with the blood of its namesake, but it was the sword she carried that was most wondrous and terrible of all. From a hilt worked into the shape of the imperial aquila and adorned with skulls and flowers, burned a blade so bright that none could look directly upon it. Her apotheosis complete, Celestine was declared a living saint by the Lord Militant, and her status cemented by a conclave of the ecclesiarchy soon thereafter. Hailed as the hero martyr of the Palatine Crusade, untold thousands of heretics would die by her blade until absolute victory was finally achieved. The deeds of Saint Celestine filled the annals
Look at
of
that
Imperial
hacker
history
on him.
for decades thereafter.
Look at that hacker
until
on him.
she ultimately disappeared, fighting the renegade warmaster of Thorax. She was last seen in the heart of his fortress, where the insane pawn of chaos triggered his own atomic pile and reduced the entire structure to ash. The Tower of Heroes upon Sacred Terror itself told a single time to proclaim her loss, and untold billions became united in grief for their fallen heroine of mankind. And yet, dozens of times across the ensuing centuries, reports of an avenging angel appearing miraculously on desperate battlefields reached Imperial administrators and scholars. In every instance, the radiant form of Saint Celestine was sighted just as hope had been extinguished, only to vanish once more as soon as victory had been won. Until, in the 999th year of the 41st millennium, her return became impossible to deny. As Cadia was shattered beneath the 13th Black Crusade of Abaddon the Despoiler, Saint Celestine again arrived at the critical moment, together with 5 full companies of battle sisters, believed lost in the warp some 1400 years before. Their entry on the battlefield revitalized the Imperial defenders. Celestine herself would throw down the broken body of a demon prince, aided by twin canonesses, whom the living saint had returned to life. But even Celestine could not stand alone before Abaddon himself. Drained of her extraordinary powers of faith by the rapidly shifting currents of the warp, she would have been killed once more, if not for the intervention of other Imperial heroes, determined to face down the despoiler. Though Cadia would fall, Abaddon was wounded for the first time in millennia, his black armor pierced by Celestine's blade, leaving a black mark upon his supposed victory. Yet even as Cadia was consumed by the Eye of Terror, the work of Saint Celestine was not done. She was granted a vision of mankind's salvation, and led the survivors on a dangerous path that would ultimately lead to the return of one of mankind's greatest legends, the Primarch Robute Gilliman of the Ultramarines. As the galaxy enters the time of ending, Saint Celestine stands at the forefront of the greatest crusade since the Emperor himself set out to reconquer the galaxy. She is a shining beacon of hope, appearing wherever the battle grows darkest to call forth the fires of retribution from on high.
That's badass.
And if she should fall in battle, none now mourn, for she is the living saint, and until the Emperor deems it so, she will forever rise and rise again, a living embodiment of his divine wrath. It is often said that only in death does duty end. But for Saint Celestine, death is only the beginning, and no realm of suffering and torment, no trial of faith or duty, no death of hope shall ever stand in the way of proving herself worthy of life once more.
I just love, I love the way
In
they
Dossier,
describe
the
shit.
Templin Institute
The way they
investigates
narrate
the
it. It's kind of
legendary figures
badass.
of
Like, it's
multiple
kind of
worlds.
really badass. If you really think about it,
If
it's
you've
badass.
enjoyed this video and would like to join the Templin
really
Institute,
badass. I fucking
consider
love it.
pledging to our Patreon page. Along with increased
Definitely,
early access, you'll
they
be
call
able
it
to
the
vote in
Templin
polls,
Institute
determine future
on
topics,
on,
get custom
YouTube.
wallpaper every week,
Here,
and
I'll
receive
link
some
the
other
video
exclusive
of what we
rewards.
just watched. There you go. There you go. Enjoy. This is a damn good video. It's a damn good video. Alright, Adeptus' start is. Now we're gonna have to getting that experience. Alright, we're at 26. I'm gonna go smoke. Enjoy this.
In the grim darkness of the far future, the age of the Imperium is over. Across the universe, a death knell has sounded, for the time of ending has begun. On countless worlds, billions perish in carnage and slaughter, to the laughter of thirsting gods. Ancient evils awaken in the forgotten depths, assailing themselves against what few foundations of humanity remain. Everywhere in which the light of the Imperium now fades, a multitude of horrors gather, awaiting the time when the last bastions are broken and the great massacre of mankind can begin. Few remember there was once a time, slowly forgotten with each passing day, when the God Emperor walked among humanity, together with his sons. A brief moment when all the terrors of the galaxy might have been cast aside, and a new golden age willed into existence from the darkness of the old. Reason and compassion might have prevailed over superstition and tyranny, but the triumphs of the Emperor and the great crusade he led are gone, never to return. Yet, even in his deathless state, the Emperor continues his eternal vigilance. Mighty battle fleets cross the demon-infested miasma of the warp, guided by the psychic manifestation of the Emperor's light. For every step taken on a world claimed by the Imperium, the enemies of mankind face the massed guns of the Imperial Guard, the holy fires of the Ecclesiarchy, or the eldritch machines of Mars. Armies all that fight and die in the Emperor's name. Yet on some battlefields, the most critical to the Imperium's survival, grotesque Xenos empires and traitors in service to the ruinous powers face annihilation by nothing less than the Emperor's will made manifest. They are his angels of death, descending from crackling skies, announced by terrible thunder. They are his finest warriors, molded like clay in the furnace of war. They are of iron will and steely muscle, in great armor clad with the mightiest guns armed. They are untouched by disease and sickness. They are the bulwark against the terror. They are the defenders of humanity. They are the Adeptus Astartes, the Space Marines, and they shall know no fear. Amongst the myriad of institutions that make war in the Emperor's name, the Astartes are counted among the most elite and battle-hardened. They make use of weapons, tanks, aircraft, and artillery, often more advanced, but not entirely dissimilar to those common within Imperial armies. Instead, their true strength lies in their soldiery. Every Space Marine has been genetically enhanced through the lost arts of genecraft to become something more than human. They are stronger, faster, and more resilient, capable of martial feats that would be impossible otherwise. Together, these warriors are organized into chapters, 1,000 of which are said to currently exist, though the true number is impossible to verify. A chapter of the Adeptus Astartes is an entirely independent and self-sufficient army. Each is a highly mobile, flexible force expected to excel on any kind of battlefield against any kind of enemy. A chapter encompasses a primary fighting element consisting of the Astartes themselves, and an auxiliary element, administrative personnel, logisticians, and the fleet of warships and transports that keep the chapter mobile and operating at peak efficiency. These latter supportive elements might include some Astartes who have been assigned to non-combative roles, but are otherwise overwhelmingly staffed by chapter serfs. These are unmodified humans who for any number of reasons have become indentured servants of the chapter. Every aspect of a chapter's organization, function, and fighting ability is expected to adhere to the Codex Astartes, the foundational work concerning Space Marine doctrine. The Codex requires a chapter to be split into 10 companies of 100 Marines. The 2nd through 5th companies are referred to as the Battle Companies and constitute the majority of the chapter's fighting strength. Each is led by a captain with 2 subordinate lieutenants, and includes a chaplain responsible for the company's spiritual welfare. Additionally, an Astartes within every battle company will be appointed the title of Champion, expected to protect the captain with his life, while another will be named Ancient and granted the honor of bearing the company standard. The remainder of the company's Marines are divided into 10 squads, 6 forming the main battle line, 2 providing close support, and 2 providing fire support. An array of transport vehicles is maintained by individual battle companies, ensuring its entire strength can be rapidly moved across the battlefield when required. In addition to their battlefield role, the captain of each company is granted a number of titles and duties traditionally associated with the company he leads. These might be purely ceremonial or critical to the continued operation of the chapter. The captain of the 2nd company is the Master of the Watch. The 3rd company captain is the Master of the Arsenal. The 4th company captain is the Master of the Fleet, and the 5th company captain is the Master of the Marches. Chapter companies 6 through 9 are designated companies of reserve. When a battle company suffers losses in battle, it is from these formations that their replacements will be drawn. Unlike the mixed squad compositions of the battle companies, the 6th and 7th each maintain 10 standard battle line squads. The 8th and 9th consist solely of close support and fire support respectively. Squads from the reserve companies will often be assigned to serve alongside the battle companies, while in larger campaigns an entire reserve company might fight as a whole. Impromptu task forces at various levels of strength are repeatedly created from component elements of the reserve companies depending on the requirements and unique characteristics of the battlefield. Leadership of the reserve companies is largely identical to that of the battle companies, with each including a captain, lieutenants, chaplain, and ancient. Like their counterparts, these captains are each assigned additional roles and duties. The captains of the 6th through 9th companies are the Master of the Rites, the Chief Victor, the Lord Executioner, and the Master of Relics. Their duties are mainly centered around chapter logistics and the codification of its traditions and customs. The 10th company is unique within the chapter, in that its members have yet to be fully transformed into Astartes. Known as the Scout Company, The 10th is a formation in which raw aspirants learn the methods of war utilized by the chapter and gain vital experience. It is in many ways one of the final means by which a potential Astartes is trained, under the intense pressure only a real battlefield can provide. Once a scout has proven themselves here, they will undergo the final stages of their transformation and be assigned to one of the other companies. The first company of an Astartes chapter is its most elite military unit. Its warriors have mastered every battlefield role after decades of service within the Scout, Reserve, and Battle companies. They are the exemplars of the chapter's strength, with each of its members having performed some legendary deed of bravery or genius. The first company is rarely deployed as a whole, with the entire formation only fighting together during the most dire of circumstances. Instead, individual squads from this company are attached to other Space Marine strike forces, acting as mentors and examples to their fellow Marines. These veteran squads are less constrained by rigid doctrine, allowed at their discretion to deploy with weapons and armor best suited towards close combat or ranged engagements. In most cases, access to the chapter's Terminator armor, a rare and ancient form of protection, will be granted to the first company alone. Existing outside of the company structure are a number of varied, smaller units and institutions. The Armory is responsible for maintenance of the chapter's vehicles and warsuits. It is staffed mainly by chapter serfs, mindless robotic servitors, specialist Astartes known as Tech Marines, and commanded by the Master of the Forge. The Librarius is a repository of information, home to the chapter's most sacred artifacts, trophies, and texts. It is tended by the Librarians, powerful psychers who now bend the warp itself to the benefit of their chapter and brothers. It is overseen by the chapter's chief librarian. The chaplaincy tests and inspires the loyalty of their brothers, performing rituals and ceremonies as dictated by the Master of Sanctity, or his immediate subordinate, the Reclusiarch. The Apothecarian manages the health of the chapter, but the highest duty of its chief apothecary is the preservation of the chapter's gene seed, the only means through which new Astartes might be created. The Armory, Librarius, Reclusium, and Apothecarian might temporarily or permanently assign members of their ranks to companies or squads, providing field repairs, psychic powers, fanatical zeal, or medical care, respectively. Above every other institution is Chapter Command, officers and specialists who form the headquarters staff. They are led by the Chapter Master, the supreme authority from which all others derive. These individuals are paragons of warfare and logistics, capable of directing strategy and immediately reacting to every threat and opportunity that presents itself. The arrival of a Chapter Master can be enough to turn an imminent defeat into a great victory, so complete is their understanding and ability. Within the Greater Imperium, Chapter Masters possess enormous personal authority. In addition to the complete command they wield over their chapter, Masters can requisition entire star systems or assume control over most other Imperial military units. Above all, it is by their order alone that their chapter is deployed. To conduct warfare anywhere in the galaxy, the Codex Astartes allows for each chapter to possess its own fleet. Many chapters, typically the oldest and most established, make use of battle barges, specialized battleships uniquely suited towards boarding actions. These are often the largest vessels utilized by a chapter and are the flagship of their fleet. Strike cruisers and frigates make up much of the remainder of the fleet. While they are all powerful warships in their own right, ultimately their first responsibility is to bear the chapter into war, and therefore are most often used in line-breaking, blockade-running, and planetary assaults. In rare instances, a chapter might operate from their fleet alone, constantly roving across the galaxy. These cases notwithstanding, most operate a permanent headquarters located on a homeworld. This planet, moon, or even asteroid exists under the authority of the chapter alone, and is the primary site in which training, recruitment, and rearming occurs. In some instances, the homeworld is just one among many planets that a chapter controls. As the Imperium continues to fracture, a growing number of worlds have ceded their authority over to Space Marine chapters, providing recruits and serfs in exchange for protection. The independent, flexible nature of the Space Marines is anticipated within the Codex Astartes. Small deviations are acceptable within a chapter's practices and organization to accommodate local traditions and culture. It is not uncommon for a chapter's ranks and titles to incorporate or have been replaced by those used on their homeworld. Sometimes these variances extend to the role of chapter master or the autonomy permitted to their captains. Many chapters have come to excel in a particular aspect of war and outfit their companies to reflect that. Through such nuances, it is possible that two Codex-compliant chapters might appear entirely different from one another in their customs and nomenclature. Some chapters, however, have diverged so thoroughly from the Codex Astartes that their organization and capabilities are now entirely unique. These non-Codex-compliant chapters might be the result of an intentional deviation, or have occurred naturally over the millennia without any explicit motive. Often these aberrations are overlooked, although the reputation of the chapter might suffer as a result. In some extreme circumstances, a chapter that has wildly departed from the structure of the Codex might be labeled heretical and marked for destruction. Therefore, non-Codex compliant chapters have at times attempted to conceal their true nature. The Codex Astartes has attempted to standardize the chapters, but their variances are inherent to their biology. Every Space Marine is created using the gene seed of their respective Primarch, 20 immortal, superhuman generals and statesmen, themselves crafted by the Emperor of Man during the earliest days of the Imperium. Through the surgical integration of 19 additional organs, a normal human adolescent male is turned into the transhuman Astartes, but the process also imbues them with certain qualities and aspects of their respective Primarch. Their physical appearance might be altered, or they might become predisposed towards specific feelings, thoughts, and methods. Since the creation of the Primarchs, the Imperium has lost the ability to create new gene seed, and must instead cultivate what already exists. Therefore, each chapter must carefully preserve their respective gene seed, often harvesting organs from their fallen brothers. In many cases, chapters are no longer able to replicate all 19 organs and must perform the transformation without them, leading to missing or lessened abilities. Additionally, the gene seed has begun to deteriorate over the millennia, and mutations can occur during the replication process. Individual Astartes and sometimes entire chapters can be afflicted by these mutations, some of which have been known to be so severe that none have survived them. In other instances, mutations might be merely superficial, or actually lead to beneficial and desired abnormalities. The creation of a new Space Marine chapter occurs by the Edict of the High Lords of Terror, and is part of a larger grouping known as a founding. There is no defined interval between foundings. Several may occur in a decade and then a millennium before the next. But each is a massive undertaking, requiring the resources of many hundreds of worlds, most notably Mars, which plays an essential role in creating the gene seed samples from which these new chapters will be based. Foundings can be particularly noteworthy or infamous, and often demonstrate the rampant deficiencies within Imperial records. It is common for chapters derived from the gene seed of the same Primarch to feel a sense of kinship for one another. Those created during the first founding by the hand of the Emperor himself are usually considered the first among equals. Others might actively distance themselves from their brother chapters, while others still might have lost all records from which Primarch they were created. Under such circumstances, it is impossible to construct an accurate history of the Space Marines beyond the most foundational of events. The Astartes were originally organized under 20 legions, each many times the size of a modern chapter, and used to pacify Terra as part of the Unification Wars. Among their first duties was the destruction of their immediate predecessors, the Thunder Warriors, who had begun to suffer a catastrophic biological failure. These legions then spearheaded the Great Crusade, slowly bringing the Emperor back into contact with the Primarchs, who had been scattered across the galaxy by the machinations of the ruinous powers. Once united, the Primarchs led their legions in the reconquest of the galaxy, bringing hundreds of thousands of star systems under Imperial control. By the end of the Great Crusade, 2 of the legions had been expunged from Imperial records, along with their respective Primarchs. The circumstances of their erasure have never been disclosed, but might have been a warning of the tragedy to come that would tear the Imperium apart. During the Horus Heresy, a full half of the remaining legions fell into the thrall of chaos, igniting a 9-year war that would devastate the galaxy and result in the internment of the Emperor upon the Golden Throne. While the Imperium narrowly emerged victorious over the traitor legions, the conflict made apparent the inherent danger of placing so many Astartes under the command of a single soul. To prevent another civil war of such scope, Rabute Gilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, penned the Codex Astartes. Its most lasting and resented decree was that the legions be divided and reorganized into smaller 1,000 Marine chapters. Eventually, the other surviving Loyalist Primarchs agreed. Their 9 legions, the Dark Angels under Lionel Johnson, the White Scars under Jagatai Khan, the Space Wolves under Lehman Russ, the Imperial Fists under Rogel Dawn, the Salamanders under Vulcan, the Raven Guard under Corvus Corax, the Blood Angels and Iron Hands under the fallen Primarchs Sanguinius and Ferrus Manus respectively, together with Gilliman's own Ultramarines, all were broken down into smaller brotherhoods. One by one, the Primarchs disappeared into legend, but their chapters endured throughout the bloody age of the Imperium. Their number waxed and waned across the millennia. Terrible wars left many on the verge of destruction, and others were annihilated outright. Successive foundings swelled their ranks again, but also brought new mutations and peculiarities. Only now, in an era feared as the time of ending, have the Adeptus Astartes undergone a bold new evolution. In the days following the Horus Heresy, at the direction of Rabute Gilliman, the priesthood of Mars set to work improving on the Emperor's original designs. 10,000 years they toiled, and now with Gilliman revived from his stasis and leading the Imperium as its new regent, the efforts of Mars have finally borne fruit. The Primaris Astartes are a new breed of Space Marine, capable of greater feats than any that came before. The Ultima founding has deployed dozens of new chapters of such warriors across the galaxy, and every preceding chapter has been reinforced with Primaris Marines. Most critically, methods have been devised so that every Astartes might undergo the transformation to become Primaris themselves. Not all have survived, but the enhanced capabilities of those that do have justified the inherent risk. Their introduction has brought the first substantial revisions to the Codex Astartes itself, transforming the methods by which the Space Marines make war. The Primaris Astartes were forged for use in mankind's darkest hour, an hour that has now finally arrived. But however greatly they differ from the firstborn Astartes that once set forth across the galaxy during the Great Crusade, their purpose remains unchanged. They are pure of heart and strong of body, untainted by doubt and unsullied by self-aggrandizement. They are bright stars on the firmament of battle, angels of death, whose shining wings bring swift annihilation to the enemies of man. So it shall be for 1,000 times, for 1,000 years, unto the very end of eternity, and the extinction of mortal flesh.
The Templin Institute investigates the nations, factions, and organizations of alternate worlds. If you've enjoyed this video and would like to join the Templin Institute, consider pledging to our Patreon page. Along with increased security access, you'll be able to vote in polls to determine future topics, get custom wallpaper every week, and receive some other exclusive rewards.
Of the countless trillions of souls that make up the Imperium of Man, most will never see a Space Marine of the Adeptus Astartes in their lifetime. and they might count themselves lucky to be spared the type of carnage that would compel those superhuman warriors to battle. Yet, the presence of the Astartes can still be felt in a multitude of ways, and foremost in the legends that surround them. To the Imperium, they are angels of death, far removed from the trivial concerns of mortal men. They are nothing less than demigods, reflections of the Emperor himself. Yet for all the myths and worship that surrounds them, the Astartes at their core remain human. While many among their number have come to deny this, they are no less vulnerable to the dangers of the universe. A lucky shot may pierce their powered armor. A festering wound might overcome their enhanced biology. Their strength can be bested, and their souls can be corrupted. At times throughout the centuries, however, opportunities present themselves in which the finest warriors of the Adeptus Astartes might not only rise to their mythic reputation, but exceed it. Marnius Calgar, Logan Grimnar, Vulcan Hestan, no mere tale or sermon can fully account for the feats of these champions. Still, even atop the highest pantheon of Imperial saints and heroes, there is a single soul who stands apart. For not since the time of heroes and the cataclysm of the Horus Heresy has a single man given so much of himself to the Imperium, and had the hopes and fate of so many rest on his actions alone. He is the chapter master of the Blood Angels, lord of the host, regent and warden of the Imperium Nihilus, hero of the Red Scar, uniter of the Sanguinary Brotherhood, the living embodiment of the 5 angelic graces, and 10,000 other titles and honorifics. He is Lord Commander Dante. Over a millennia ago, a boy was born on the second moon of Baal, within its great salt wastes. Like many, he suffered a cruel childhood, abandoning his father after the death of his mother. He resolved to become an angel, or die in the attempt. None among the tribes that dwelt in the salt wastes had ever survived the trek to the distant fortress monastery of the Blood Angels, and there was little sign this boy's journey would end any differently. Stunted by malnutrition, and weakened even by the standards of Baal, it was inevitable that, like so many others, he collapsed from thirst, far from his destination. The entity that revealed itself to him that day is shrouded in the ancient lore of the Blood Angels, thought perhaps to be an aspect of the fallen Sanguinius himself. But whatever it was, it gifted the precious water necessary for the boy to complete his journey. In the trials that followed, the boy displayed no particular promise, save his indomitable and moral fortitude. His refusal to kill a fellow aspirant was in truth his final test, and he was sealed inside a sarcophagus to undergo the implantation of his chapter's gene seed. Many die within this process, such is the way of the Blood Angels. But where most endure or suffer quietly, the boy screamed endlessly, drifting between consciousness and slumber, yet never falling fully into either. A scarred and malformed boy named Louis entered that chamber, but it was the angelic form of Dante that left it. No aspirant had ever endured such pain within the transformation process, and it seemed to the sanguinary priesthood to be an omen, but for what, they could not be certain. Dante rose through the ranks, but had it not been for an era of suffering and loss inflicted on the Blood Angels, he might never have ascended to the rank of Lord Commander. Yet a number of devastating campaigns had left their brotherhood shattered, and of the 200 Astartes that survived this era, Dante was the last living captain, and the only choice of a chapter master. Some might have expected his inauspicious start to herald a bleak reign as chapter master and usher the final disillusion on the Blood Angels, but Dante's fate was far different. He oversaw the restoration of the chapter and led them across their most glorious and triumphant millennia since the great counter-offensive that followed the Horus Heresy. In every manner of battle, across every kind of campaign, Dante emerged from simply one champion of the Imperium among many to perhaps the single most accomplished Astartes in living memory. No one, it is said, has ever set foot on so many of the Imperium's worlds as he. Part of this is due to his astounding age, having served the Imperium for well over 1,500 standard years, with 1,100 of those as chapter master. He has
Oh, this
led
is
his
gonna be
chapter
nice.
through ages of civil war, rampant Xenos expansionism, and the dark incursions of the ruinous powers. His vestige stands on uncounted worlds, his name spoken with unabashed awe. Yet the greatest of his campaigns was fought to save his own homeworlds of Baal.
Ooh. How they
The advance
easily
of High
present
Fleet
music and
Leviathan,
Fallout 4
the
versus
greatest
Ghost.
such force of
Main
tyranids
music,
yet seen,
main-
threatened to strip every molecule of biomatter and eradicate the Blood Angels from all existence. While Dante's fanatical defense of his chapter's fortress monastery equaled Sanguinius's own ancient defense of the Imperial Palace, the Lord Commander's most skillful triumph occurred before the battle had even started. A lesser man might not have been able to mobilize such allies to his side, but to Dante came almost all the successor chapters of the old Blood Angels Legion, assembling again a force unseen in 10,000 years. The arrival of the reborn Primarch Rabute Gilliman sealed the fate of High Fleet Leviathan, who in victory bestowed an even greater responsibility to the Lord Commander. With the galaxy split asunder by a great rift, piercing through reality itself, the Imperium has been severed.
Yeah, see, like,
Half
I
a
want to
million
try and
worlds
draw...
and Baal itself.
Like, I want to try and draw a whole experience out of this. And, like, have it take liberties here and there, but for the most part, stick to this in the Fallout universe. Like, in the Fallout universe, the world would have to be in the apocalyptic phase. It would have to be. I just don't know what you would do. That's the thing. And like I'm trying to figure that out.
Have been cut off from the light of the Astronomicon, and the victory of the ruinous powers appears imminent. In this desperate era, Dante has been named regent of the Imperium Nihilus and charged with the defense of this shadowy realm. There is little doubt across the Imperium that Dante is the perfect choice for such an appointment. He is an exemplar of the fearlessness, determination, and the genius at the heart of every Astartes. But above even that, reflected in him is the character of Sanguinius himself: mercy, empathy, and grace. Even among the angelic Blood Angels, he manifests the spirit of their fallen Primarch like no other. But so long has he lived, and so great his accomplishments, that now even Dante has been lost in his own legend. Did he truly banish a keeper of secrets within the pleasure gardens of fabled Luxurasa? Did he really face down an entire Black Legion alone? Were the pilgrims aboard the Toils of the Faithful rescued by his hand? How many did he truly save during the siege of Maculos? How many heretics has he laid low? Only Dante and the Emperor can say for certain, and the Lord Commander is no more likely to speak of such things than the master of mankind. In battle, Dante hides his face behind the death mask of Sanguinius, a shrieking visage of agony to strike terror into the enemies of mankind. This masked figure does not bleed, does not suffer, and is strong enough to shoulder any burden. In the time of ending, the Imperium needs symbols, not men of flesh and blood. And yet, in the rare instances in which this mask is removed, the figure beneath is not the man who first emerged from that sarcophagus a millennia ago. His golden hair has turned long and white. His skin is lined by tracks of weariness and age. He is old now, and his weary eyes reflect lifetime after lifetime of carnage and sacrifice. Only one thing prevents him from succumbing to time. In life, the Primarch Sanguinius is said to have seen visions of the future. 99 scrolls are interred deep within the vaults of Marest, in the Librarium on Baal, and in them, Dante has glimpsed his destiny. Sanguinius foresaw a battle to overshadow all others, and that when all hope had faded, a golden warrior would stand between the Emperor of mankind and his destruction. Most interpret this to refer to Sanguinius's own stand against Horus, but Dante believes that golden figure to be himself, and a day is drawing closer when the defense of the Emperor will rest on him alone. This belief is perhaps shared, for the great enemy has its own prophecies. They warn the followers of the dark gods of the final flight of the dead angel's host, of the last archangel. They fear a death that soars. They shriek in terror of a golden mask that forever stares and never smiles, weeping tears of frozen gold.
In Dossier, the Templin Institute investigates the legendary figures from alternate worlds. If you've enjoyed this video and would like to join the Templin Institute, consider pledging to our Patreon page, along with increasing...
Hey everyone, Screaming Lake here. I'm a years-long member of the Fallout 4 modding community, and I've made it my mission to try and help people to learn how to efficiently mod Fallout 4 in a way where the end result is stable and, most importantly, satisfying. I can't claim to know everything, and as with any modding community, there will always be discrepancies and arguments for or against certain claims, but I'm just creating this video as hopefully a generally agreed upon list of practices that you can use when modding Fallout 4. Things that everyone should do and be following to ensure a stable and consistent experience when modding the game. If you know you want to get into modding Fallout 4 but you just don't know where to begin, this is the perfect starting point for you. And just know that, as with anything that requires a little bit of effort, you get out what you put into modding. You'll likely not get it 100% perfect the first, second, or maybe even the 20th time. But so long as you're willing to learn from your mistakes and hone in on the finer details, you will inevitably grow over time, until reaching a point where you yourself have created a modded setup that...
Then, the
8 commandments of modding Fallout 4, as I refer to them, because they are integral to any modded setup. We'll also go over how to install the game, how to set up a mod manager, the essential tools and utilities that everyone needs to use and how to install them, how to configure your ini files and make use of a startup batch file, and we'll finally touch on conflict resolution briefly at the end. So starting out, let's go over what I consider to be the 8 commandments, or the 8 most important things to know generally about modding Fallout 4 in order to have a successful outcome. The first important thing you need to know about modding Fallout 4 is that you need to own a legal copy of the game through Steam. Although you can potentially get by in a pirated copy for a while, you'll inevitably end up running into issues that stem purely from using a pirated copy of the game. On top of that, if people find out that you have a pirated copy of the game, they're not going to be open to assisting you, because you're simply adding fuel to the fire of the many things that can go wrong in a modded setup when you're using a pirated copy of the game. The second commandment, or thing to be aware of, is that most mods and modding guides require that you own all of Fallout 4's DLC content. The best way to obtain all the DLC is to purchase the Game of the Year edition on Steam, which is still sadly a high price point. But you can wishlist the Game of the Year edition on Steam and purchase it when it goes on sale, or use several other gray market sites like G2A or whatever you feel comfortable doing morally, personally, to be able to obtain the game and all of its DLC so that you can have a full and complete modding experience. The third commandment that you need to be aware of when modding Fallout 4 is that the Game Pass version of Fallout 4 that's available on the Xbox app for PC does not have full modding support. You do not have access to Fallout 4 Script Extender, which a great many important mods depend on. And there's other restrictions at the file level that simply make it impossible to mod the game in its full potential. The fourth commandment for modding Fallout 4 is that you should never use Bethesda's official HD texture pack DLC when you're modding the game. Many of the textures are lower quality and more performance intensive than what's available on Nexus, and a lot of it will also conflict or interfere with the mods you end up installing in ways that you can't expect.
Let me check and see if
it is highly...
Hold on one second. High texture DLC. High texture. Okay, we are using it. Okay, we're gonna have to turn this off, I guess. Here, we'll cut it. Let's let it go.
We advise that you remove or uninstall this DLC through Steam if you have it installed, and instead install texture mods from prominent mod authors on the Nexus, such as Luxor, Savrin X, and Spiffy Skytrooper, just to name a few. The fifth commandment of modding Fallout 4 is to install mods slowly, ideally in groups of similar type or function, and then launch the game through Fallout 4 Script Extender in your mod manager, testing the game every so often on a new save profile every time you play. That means start a
Okay,
new
so I
game
gotta go.
every time.
Yeah. Okay, so we got to start a new game every single time, and that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Here, let me put on. Let me let it play
You are
back while I do
testing
this.
your setup. The reason to do this is because if you decide to install hundreds of mods consecutively without ever testing or launching the game, and you come to find that you're crashing or encountering other issues, it's easier to isolate the problem and know where it's coming from if you install mods in chunks. That way
That's
you
fair.
can install a chunk of mods, go into the game, see if it's
There we
working,
go.
test things out, and then come back and decide if you want to continue installing things before you proceed. Commandment 6 is a vitally important one that bears repeating over and over again. When installing mods, read the description of the mod
Yeah, I
that
do
you're
that.
installing. I realize how easy it is to go to a mod page, go to the Files tab, and simply download and install the mod in your mod manager because somebody told you or recommended the mod to you. But it's vitally important that you take the time to read the description of the mod you're downloading and installing before you do it. You'll often encounter situations where things are being added to the game outside of your knowledge because you don't know what the mod you're installing does. In other cases, there are explicit install instructions or load order instructions that are very helpful when determining where to place things in your setup. Mod authors spend thousands of hours collectively procuring these descriptions for you, the user, to follow and read up on so that you're aware of all the changes that the mod is making, and so that you aren't caught by surprise when you're playing the game. The 7th commandment to modding Fallout 4 is to pay attention to the load order of the plugins from the mods that you install. This is a vitally important part of the process of modding. Conflict resolution by way of sorting your load order. And no, automated tools like Loot and those built into Vortex do not count as sorting your load order. Loot is a great tool with a great many capabilities, and for some Bethesda games like Skyrim it works out pretty well. But for Fallout 4, unfortunately, the master list that it uses to determine where to place your plugins is not developed enough to be able to rely on it. Although in theory it can be used as a good starting point, at the end of the day you're going to have to learn how to do manual conflict resolution to
that's what
determine
we're
where
doing
best
now.
to
We're
place
doing
your
manual.
plugins in the load order. And this is done
So right now we're doing manual load order configuration. Hold on 1 second. We'll call it session number 2. Let me see this real quick. Automatron workshop. Automatron. Contraption. Here, let me put Automatron. Contraption. Yeah. Here we'll finish
through the
this.
tool Xedit, which we will be touching on at the end of the video. And last but not least, the 8th and final commandment that I want to touch on in regards to modding Fallout 4 is to always use a modding guide. Now, of course, this is a fairly subjective point of view, but I believe that modding guides are the gateway to proper modding practices for Fallout 4.
You're not wrong.
People
You're
spend
not wrong.
hundreds of hours procuring these modding guides for the users so that they aren't left stranded when they're first starting out on the modding process, because it can be daunting and overwhelming and intimidating. These guides have been created for you to help streamline the process and provide you with essential tools and workflows that can be used to ensure a stable experience. I've linked a variety of trustworthy Fallout 4 modding guides in the description that you can use to get started on your Fallout 4 modding journey.
I'm putting this
today.
video in my streaming information. We'll let it play through. It doesn't really matter. We're still waiting for our games to finish verifying and all that stuff. Keep out the DLC.
And with that over with, we can finally get into the most exciting part, installing the game. And how do we start off with installing the game? Well, naturally, we start off by uninstalling the game. And the reason for this is because today is a new day. You are now on the path of enlightenment when it comes to modding Fallout 4. And so we must wash away the sins of the past of what you've done here with your Fallout 4 setup, because I don't know what kind of junk you've been putting in your Fallout 4 install folder over the years, and I don't want to know. I'm not here to judge you. But what we're going to do is we're going to go into Steam. We're going to right-click the Fallout 4 listing in your library, manage, uninstall.
Oh, he's good. He's good.
I'm not going to do that here right now in front of you, but I trust that you'll be able to do this on your own accord. After uninstalling the game, there are some residual files in 2 different folders that are likely left behind even after you uninstall the game in Steam. You're going to delete all of this so that you can start completely fresh. Again, we're starting all over. So there are 2 folders of importance here that we're talking about. The first one being, of course, the folder that the game is installed in. So you need to know where the game is installed before you can delete these files. And that's going to vary from person to person. You're going to have to look and see where you ended up installing the game through Steam. For me, it's in this folder, eGames, Steam Apps, Common, Fallout 4. And it's usually in this string of folders like this, Steam Apps, Common, Fallout 4. Now the default...
Like for me, I have here, well, I don't want to show you. I have separate hard drives. So I have a hard drive that captures everything that I throw on my computer. I have a hard drive that is specifically for my streaming. And so OBS is the only thing that's on it. I have a hard drive that's specifically for my games. And the only thing that's on that hard drive is my games. In one of the videos, I can definitely link his video too. And we can watch that when we reinstall. Probably... I'm not looking forward to this, but it's gonna have to happen eventually. I'm gonna have to reinstall Windows. No! But I'm gonna have to reinstall Windows, and that sucks, but such is life. Yeah, no. Wow, I hate that though. I hate that. I hate having to reinstall Windows, cause like then I have to set it up all over again. And if I'm not smart, or if I don't prep for it the right way, I forget things that I need to put on. It's weird, but I'm gonna do it eventually. Just not now. Just like I'm not starting this now. We're watching this just to get it out of the way, and I'll watch this again when I actually start.
Location is typically in your program files on the C drive, which is your native disk drive. So look around and find wherever Fallout 4 used to be installed and delete all of the leftover files in here if there are any. The second place you're going to check after that is the Documents, My Games, Fallout 4 folder, which is always going to be the same no matter where you install the game. You're going to go to this folder and delete everything inside of there. Now the reason we're uninstalling the game is actually twofold, and the first part of it being the fact that, like I said before, there can be a lot of residual files from past setups that are in there that shouldn't be, and we're going to just clean it out and get rid of those to be safe. The other end of it pertains to the fact that a lot of people install the game in the incorrect directory. By default, the game typically installs to C program files x86, and this is a Windows protected folder. Any Windows protected folder is going to have difficulties in a modding environment. Mod managers and other aspects of modding have difficulties contending with this setup when it's placed in a Windows protected folder, such as the native default location for any game installation in Steam. So what we're actually going to do now that we're starting fresh to correct this is to go up to the Steam options here and go to Settings, Downloads, and then click on this Steam Library Folders tab. Now you'll see here I have several different options that I have for installing games to between my 3 different drives. And in order to set up a new Steam library folder here that is not in a Windows protected folder, you need to do one of 2 things. And this depends on whether or not you have more than one hard disk drive or solid state drive on your computer. The important thing to know about Steam is the fact that you can only technically have 1 game installation folder per drive. So what that means is if you only have a single drive installed on your tower, that means you need to use an alternative tool that I'll get to shortly in order to be able to set up a new install folder. If you're lucky enough to have 2 different drives, then you just go over to that other drive, click on the plus button, take it down to that other drive, and then click on the new folder and select it. And typically it's best to just create a dedicated folder for Steam games. So for example, on my D drive I have a games folder. Click on that games folder, select it, and Steam will automatically configure and set up a new library within that folder for Steam games to install to. Alternatively, if you only have a single drive installed in your tower, you're going to need to use an alternative tool that allows you the ability to place a second library on a single drive. And I'm going to link this tool in the description so that you have access to it in the case that you do only have 1 drive on your computer. But the process is pretty straightforward. You just follow through these 5 easy steps, set up a new folder, and then Steam will recognize it. And here you go. As you can see here, he has 2 different library folders on a single drive as shown here. So this is the tool that you'll need to use to install the game if you only have a single drive. Now finally, back in your Steam library, after you've finished installing the game using one of the 2 provided methods, you're going to come back here and you're going to click the play button. You're going to launch the game through Steam so that you can configure your ini files, set your registry keys, and have everything set up as it should be by default. And I'm not actually going to do it here myself because I know it'll likely mess up my current install of things to run the vanilla installer again. After you have a mod manager configured, you typically shouldn't ever use the vanilla launcher through Steam. And so in lieu of being able to actually show you the thing that pops up when you click play, I'm just going to show you this really low resolution JPEG of the options that are presented to you after you click on the options button in the launcher. And that's what you should do. Launch it by pushing the play button, click on the options button once you get into the launcher as it appears, and then go into this area, set your resolution, and select a preset as it's presented there. And never use the Ultra preset. It is something that is kind of widely recognized in the Fallout 4 modding community to never use the Ultra preset because it's a huge hit on performance for almost no noticeable visual gain. There are other ways to achieve the many features that the Ultra preset brings in a less performance intensive way as a more happy medium between the 2. And lastly, don't forget when you're done here, click the OK button, click the play button on the launcher, and launch to the main menu.
That's badass.
And then exit out as soon as it reaches the main menu.
That's
and for those making fun of me for pointing at a low-resolution JPEG of the launcher, this ain't the 10-penny tower. I do what I can. You know, we make do with what we got, and we live life, and we're good. So back in Steam, we're going to do one last thing, which everyone should do, which is to right-click on this and go to Properties, uncheck Enable the Steam Overlay while in-game. The reason for this is because any kind of overlay, any software overlays can interfere with the game in terms of using an ENB preset. And a lot of people use ENB.
Hold on, where did he say that at? How did he say to do it? I gotta go back a little bit.
And that's what you should do. Launch it by pushing the play button, click on the options button once you get into the launcher as it appears, and then go into this area, set your resolution, and select a preset as it's presented there. And never use the Ultra preset. It is something that is kind of widely recognized in the Fallout 4 modding community.
Okay. Let me do this real quick. Options. We'll go low. Window borderless. Go here.
community to never use the Ultra preset because it's a huge
I
hit
set
on
it all
performance for almost no
go.
noticeable visual gain. There are other ways to achieve the many features that the Ultra preset brings in a less performance-intensive way as a more happy medium between the two. And lastly, don't forget when you're done here, click the OK button, click the play button on the launcher, and launch to the main menu, and then exit out as soon as it reaches the main menu. And for those making fun of me for pointing at a low-resolution JPEG of the launcher, this ain't the 10-penny tower. I do what I can, you know, we make do with what we got, and we live life, and we're good. So back in Steam, we're going to do one last thing, which everyone should do, which is to right-click on this, and go to Properties, uncheck Enable the Steam Overlay while in-game. And the reason for this is because any kind of overlay, any software overlays can interfere with the game in terms of using an ENB preset. And a lot of people use ENB presets, so this is just one of the things that you want to avoid. The other thing you want to avoid is having updates forced onto your game while you already have a modded setup. And you never know, this could happen out of the blue at any time when you least expect it. You know Bethesda loves their Creation Club content and forcing it upon you even when you don't want it. So, the only way to prevent that from happening is to go to the Updates tab, click the drop down, and click Only Update this game when I launch it.
Yep, that's what I do too. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We don't need the mod manager necessarily because...
So now we're going to move on to the next section of the video, which involves how to set up a mod manager. And if you've never used a mod manager before, you basically have a path between two options. One option is a mod manager called Vortex, which is developed by Nexus or Black Tree Gaming themselves. And then there's Mod Organizer 2, which is a mod manager offered by a different team and made available through the Skyrim Nexus. Any options outside of these two mod managers are not recommended nowadays due to the lack of functionality or support as compared to these two options. Now, personally speaking, I've tried both Mod Organizer 2 and Vortex, and I've always found myself preferring everything with Mod Organizer 2. I find there's a lot of features with it that Vortex doesn't have, or that Vortex makes more difficult than it should be, in my opinion. And even the act of load order sorting, which is something you commonly have to do when setting up a new mod list, can become tedious and unnecessarily difficult when you're using Vortex as compared to Mod Organizer 2. So I'm not going to feed into the debate between the two. I'm just going to tell you Mod Organizer 2 is the one I personally recommend, and that a lot of guide authors and prominent members of the community who are adept in modding tend to use. So if this is your first time setting up a mod manager at all for Fallout 4, you can follow these steps to get set up with Mod Organizer 2 on your device. So first things first, you're going to have to go to the page for Mod Organizer 2 on Nexus, which I will have linked in the description. Again, as I mentioned before, it is hosted on the Skyrim Special Edition Nexus pages, but don't be concerned as this version of Mod Organizer 2 works with any game that it is compatible with. So we're just going to download the main file from here and save it to our disk drive, and then after you're done downloading that, make sure you click on the executable and run it just like any other executable. It's going to have this pop up, which is a license agreement. You're going to accept that. You need to accept that to use it. And then you're going to decide where you want to install Mod Organizer 2. And this can really be anywhere you wish, but I of course recommend you set up a dedicated folder for Mod Organizer 2, and that you, if possible, install it on the exact same disk drive that you have installed Fallout 4. So in this case, I have a dedicated folder on my E drive called Fallout 4 main. I'm going to click OK on that folder. I'm going to click Next. You can leave everything as it has been determined already as part of the recommended install. Here it's just asking how you want it to be named in the program's shortcuts. You can leave it at the default. And finally, an option as to whether or not you want to create a desktop shortcut, which is entirely optional. Lastly, click Install, and Mod Organizer 2 will begin to install on your computer. When it's finished installing, you're going to get this prompt, and it's going to ask if you want to launch Mod Organizer as part of closing prompt, which you can leave checked so that it does open. Click Finish. And then it's going to open up to the Instance Manager, which is what you use to create a new instance of Mod Organizer 2. Now before continuing, notice that if you navigate to the folder that you installed Mod Organizer 2, you're going to see all of these files now placed in the folder. And one of them is going to include the Mod Organizer exe. Now let's say I close my Instance Manager, for whatever reason, if I double click on Mod Organizer EXE to open it, it's going to open that instance manager once again. Now the reason for this is because even though Mod Organizer is installed on your computer in this folder, you need to create an instance through which the program will run. Now there are many different ways that you can set up an instance for Mod Organizer 2, but for me the simplest way has always been through the following steps that I'm about to show you. You're going to click Create New Instance in the top left corner of the Instance Manager. It's going to give you a prompt of information about what an instance is. You can click the next button after you've read through this, and you can look at more information before doing so if you wish. Now here there are two different pivotal options: global instance and portable instance. Now I'm not an expert or privy as to the key differences between the two, however, it was always taught to me, and how I'd like to pass on this information is to create a portable instance, which is often the easiest way to get started. After you click Create a Portable Instance, it's going to ask you to specify which game you want Mod Organizer to manage for this instance. Now by default, you should see a path to all of the games that it is compatible with managing in this listing here, so long as the game is installed on your computer. Now you should see a listing here for Fallout 4 and the exact location that you installed the game. If this path is incorrect, make sure you click the Browse button down here and use that to navigate to where the executable is for the game and where you have installed it. I've never come across an instance where this did not correctly designate the file.
Okay, so... Okay, what does this mean? So I would have to create a patch for all of this to make these work together. So we just need to keep everything together, I guess. Together. I don't know. We'll finish watching the
Path of Fallout 4.
Actually,
However, make sure
he's got bookmarks. Fuck, that's not enough. Okay. Doesn't say you should mod manager it or anything like that. What's this? I think I've done that already, so I can hold off on that.
Make sure that it does match where your game is installed before you click this. Finally,
That's
it's
fair.
going to ask where the data should be stored for this instance, and it's going to default to the folder where you installed Mod Organizer 2. For the sake of a portable instance, the easiest thing is to leave it at this default location, which again should be the folder where you installed Mod Organizer 2 in the installer. And so if that path is correct, as it should be, you can click Next. And finally, you'll get to the last screen, which will prompt you to launch the new instance optionally after you click Finish. You can leave that checked, click Finish, and finally, Mod Organizer 2 will open as part of its new instance housed in the folder where you installed it. I know it seems like a lot of hoops to have to jump through to install a mod manager, but at the end of the day, it's just a very easy set of steps. You run the executable after you download it, you point it to a new folder where you want to install the mod manager. After it's done installing, you create a new portable instance through the instance manager, and you designate the same folder that you installed Mod Organizer 2. And finally, you're opening Mod Organizer 2 in the new instance as you see before you now. Upon first opening your new instance, Mod Organizer is going to ask if you want to set it up to handle NXM links, and you're going to want to say yes in every case. And what this means is that you're going to be able to directly link between the Nexus API and Mod Organizer 2. And what this effectively allows you to do is to click on the Download with Manager button when you're downloading mods, and it will automatically feed itself into the program so that it's easier to install the mod without having to manually download the archive. So when prompted with this, click Yes. It may ask you for credentials for your Nexus account, for which you will have to enter, and then you'll be linked. Now I'm just going to go through a few quick important things in relation to Mod Organizer 2 here. This isn't going to be an in-depth tutorial of everything that the Mod Organizer is capable of doing. There are more in-depth videos out there for this very reason, which I will have linked in the description, but I'm just going to go through the basics of what you need to know to get started. Now a few important settings that you're going to want to go through when you're first starting out here is going to be within the Settings and Workarounds button here. Now these are the general settings for every aspect of Mod Organizer, and I'm not going to go through them all as I said, but I am going to go through the most important ones, at least in starting out. From the Theme tab, you can change the style of Mod Organizer to be something other than eye-blindingly white. My personal preference is VS15 Dark. I'm going to go to that, click OK, and you'll see the entire style of Mod Organizer 2 changes to that style of your preference. Back in the Tools, we can go to the Paths tab. And from here we want to make sure that everything is pointed exactly where it should be. Now if you're using a portable instance of Mod Organizer 2 as I've instructed in this video, the base directory is going to point to the folder where you have installed Mod Organizer, and everything's going to be relative to that with this base directory relative path. And everything down here between downloads, mods,
Okay, so the portable directory gives you a centralized portable directory that you can use versus it going into the admin protected folder. I dig that. Okay. I mean, you can change it yourself, but the changing it is confusing too, which this is a lot.
Profiles
This
and
makes a lot
overwrite
more
will
sense.
be relative to that with a relative path within these percent symbols.
Actually, you know what?
Under base directory.
No.
So within
We'll-
your folder
we'll
where
stay
you've
with this.
installed Mod Organizer 2 and have your portable instance, all of these paths should be relative to the base directory up here as shown. The most important thing you want to make sure that is correct, and which you already should have done when you were setting it up, is that the managed game path is correctly linked here. You're going to want to make sure that it points to the exact location of where you've installed the game and where the Fallout 4 executable lies. Over here in the Nexus tab, you're going to want to make sure that you are connected in this box here, which you should be if you clicked yes to that first box that opened up when you opened the program. If it does not say connected, be sure to click connect to Nexus. You may again have to enter your credentials for it to be fully linked and integrated, after which point it should say connected here. You're also going to want to make sure you click this Associate with Download with Manager Links button so that anytime you click the Download with Manager button in Nexus, it actually downloads directly to this program. And in terms of getting started, that's basically all you need to know for the settings. There are many other things, like I said, you can go through, and I'll have more resources linked in the description for more in-depth information regarding the program. Now, in a later segment of this video, we are going to be going over how to tie external executables into this program so that you can run things like Fallout 4 Script Extender through this program. But the last thing I want to cover in relation to Mod Organizer 2 are two topics of which are, of course, the most important in my opinion: how to install mods in Mod Organizer 2, and just what the heck are these profiles that everyone talks about. We'll be starting with a completely random mod just to be used as an example. Guy named Screaming Lake made this mod. Seems like a swell guy. For Lost World Immersive Soundtrack Replacer, who doesn't like a little new music in their game? We're going to go to the Files tab, and remember the Files tab is always going to contain the main files for the mod that you're installing. You're going to go to the main file, and you're going to click this Mod Manager download button. And after you do that, you might get a prompt in your web browser to allow this connection, NXM link proxy. You're going to want to open that link, and you can also click this button that says always use this application to open NXM links so that you're never prompted to do that again. When you go back into Mod Organizer 2, you're going to go to the Downloads tab over here, and you're going to see that the mod is listed over here as being downloaded. After it's downloaded over here, you're going to double click it. It's going to come up with a name. You're going to click OK. And now the mod will be listed in the left pane of Mod Organizer 2. So let's briefly go over the distinction between the left and right panes of Mod Organizer 2. The left pane is where mods appear after you've installed them. Left pane pertains to any loose files that are being installed by a mod. And what I mean by loose files is any files that aren't being stored in a packed BA2 archive or within a plugin, such as an ESP, ESM, or ESL. The order of the mods in your left pane is not nearly as important as the order of the plugins in the right pane plugins tab over here. The only time you're going to see any distinction between mods in the left pane of Mod Organizer 2 is if there are loose file conflicts between two mods. And I'll show you what I mean by that in a moment, but first let me show you how to actually install this mod, and it's very simple. Watch carefully. Now what do you know? That mod is installed in your current instance.
It's so cheeky, I love
Fallout
it.
4. Now what you'll notice over here is that I've added a new plugin in my plugins tab in the right pane here. You'll see that it's now listed because I have this installed by checking it. If I uncheck it,
it doesn't install.
Plugin disappears.
Yep.
So I'm going to leave it checked. Now, of course, the plugin isn't the only thing to be wary of. Like I said before, there are many aspects of a mod that get installed when you install it. But if you double click on any mod in the left pane of Mod Organizer 2, you can go through the file tree, which will show you all of the files that are being installed as part of this mod. So this mod installs a ESP and a folder containing music, which will replace the default vanilla music in the game. You can also click the Open Mod in Explorer button, which will open in File Explorer the exact location to which your mods are being installed. And you'll notice a nice feature with Mod Organizer 2 is that none of the mods are actually being installed in your game folder. They're being installed
that's what I
in a
like.
virtual directory that is contained within the folder where you installed
That's
Mod
what I
Organizer
like.
2.
That's
and
what
the
I
reason this
fucking
is
like.
done is because it's a more clean way of installing
Yep,
mods without
exactly.
the messy leftover overriding files of
Exactly,
placing them directly within the
exactly.
game folder. Every mod that you install will be self-contained in its own folder. As you'll see, if you install more mods over time, they will all fall into this Fallout 4 main, or whatever you've named your Mod Organizer 2 folder, mods folder. Everything that you install is going to be contained locally within this mods folder. You're not going to see any materials from what you've installed in your game folder. So that's an important distinction to be aware of. So now we're jumping to my slightly more developed build here with more than one mod so that I can show you what I mean by loose file conflicts. If you look at this little lightning symbol here, you'll see a minus or plus next to it.
That's the problem I'm having
And this
now.
is only for certain mods that have loose file conflicts between them. If there's no symbol like this next to the mod in the left pane, then it really doesn't matter what order you install or put mods in here. But there are, of course, methods that you can use to determine the approximate order that you should be installing mods, using what we refer to as load order frameworks that can be used as the basis of how to install your mods and when. But this is one important thing to be aware of in the left pane, is these overwritten loose files, or overwrites loose files. If I double click this icon, it will take me to my conflicts tab, and it will show me either winning file conflicts, losing file conflicts, or both. Now what this means, if it's a winning file conflict, is that this listing in Mod Organizer 2 is currently winning against a mod that is loaded further up in the left pane. And this is often intentional. You'll often install updates or replacer plugins for mods that should be placed after the main mod and overwrite files from it. So in this case, my Grim Replacer plugin is placed after the Grim main file, and therefore it is by intention replacing the Grim ESP.
Okay, let's take his and put it in the application. Hold on, we ate. It's saved. We'll just finish watching. I'll work on my gear and we'll finish watching. Because we don't need to do anything right now.
Plugin file
We could just
from
let
Grim.
it play.
Another example of this is in the case of losing file conflicts, where it'll show you down here a mod that is installed, but it has loose files from it that are being overwritten by a mod that is loaded further down in the left pane. Remember, the lower that a mod loads in the left pane, the higher the priority it has. So it's always good to be mindful of this.
Oh, God. Okay. So, the left side is bottom up. Right? Right? Right?
Make sure that you're looking out for these overwritten loose files and load them in the left pane as according to which.
Left pane. Oh, let me switch to a. Let me do this first. No, it'll pick up. Give me one. We'll settle the rest of the stuff later, but okay. And we will let it do that. And while we do that, I will check. I want to check and see what that video was saying. I want to zoom in on that. I want to see what their load order looks like. Okay. Oh, nope. Wrong one. Let's pin that, shall we?
File you want to overwrite. The exact same principle applies to the right pane plugins tab, which is arguably in a sense more important because you're not going to see a nice little icon.
Okay, no, wait. Okay, so core mods, HUD, equipment. Mod configuration. Got it. Boom. I'm gonna use his. But we'll finish watching that later. Go.
Tells you whether or not a file is conflicting with another file in your load order. So then you ask, how do I know whether two ESPs or multiple ESPs or multiple plugins are conflicting with one another? And that, my friend, is a entirely separate topic that we'll get to at the end of the video. This aspect of it is commonly referred to as conflict resolution, which is done through the program Xedit. So for the purposes of closing things out on the Mod Organizer 2 end of things, just be cognizant of the fact that when you install a mod in the left pane, you need to make sure that you check it so that its materials are added to the game. Not all mods have a plugin to add to the plugins tab. Sometimes they only load in loose files. And remember that you can always go to the data tab over here. And this will show you all of the files that are being loaded into your game. This basically mimics the data folder that would be within your Fallout 4 data folder in the game directory were you to install them directly into the game's Fallout 4 data folder. Now, of course, I would have nothing but regret if I were to not mention profiles in Mod Organizer 2, because that's the big scary topic that everyone seems to get caught up on when they use it. Let me put your mind to rest in saying that profiles aren't something you have to worry about at all. If all you want to use Mod Organizer 2 for is to simply install mods, as has been shown already in the video, this is all you need to be aware of. You will already be loaded into what is referred as the default profile. Profiles are essentially used as a means of switching between modded setups. It's often the easiest way to switch between multiple playthroughs that have a different modded setup between them. Starting out, you're going to have the default profile loaded, and that's perfectly fine. You never have to change that, you never have to touch it, you never have to do anything with it unless you want to. Easiest way to configure profiles is with the Configure Profiles button here. And here, you're going to notice the default profile being listed, of course. And if you want to create a new profile, it's often recommended that you copy the existing ones so that the ini files you're using and other aspects of the profile you're currently on get carried over into the new profile. So when you click copy, give that profile a name, close out, and then you can click the profile drop down here and go to testing. Now here's where things get interesting. Let's say I have a setup of 100 mods installed, but on one profile I only want 60 of those mods installed. Let's say I'm setting up a testing environment for the mods that I have installed so far, and I just want to test the first 60. Or I have a setup that's individual from the other setup where I don't want all of the mods from the one setup to be installed in the other. So for example, in my testing profile, I could uncheck Lost World. It'll no longer appear in this profile as being installed, but if I switch back to my default profile, it'll still be installed. So now these are being treated as two very different things. You can install 100 mods here, and they will all be listed in both profiles, and that's the important distinction in that all of your mods that you install are going to be shown in all of the profiles you have in this instance. But the important part is that you are able to disable or enable any mods of your choosing between these profiles for when you actually play the game. So essentially, what you're allowed to do with this, if you're interested in doing so, is, for example, you could have a default Vanilla Plus profile, and then you could set up a separate profile that's for a horror build or some other build that is unique from your primary build. And you can start installing mods there and check those on in this profile, and they won't be installed in the other profile or affected in any way. See them
Unless
as
if you
two
want
completely
crossover,
separate
which is not a
things.
good idea.
Even though the mods
Sometimes
will be listed
I'm
in both
guilty of that
profiles,
crossover.
you're able to check or uncheck, disable or enable those mods freely between the profiles. And that's all profiles are. They are not scary. They're not going to affect your process in any way unless you want them to, unless you want to take your modding to the next level and have multiple modded setups for multiple different characters and playthroughs. And finally, the very last thing I want to show you in this very long section on Mod Organizer 2 is how to manually install a downloaded archive. Now, some mods aren't going to have this Mod Manager download option for one reason or another. Or you might download a mod archive from somewhere outside of Nexus, therefore there's no direct download and install button for that. So what you can do in the case that you have a manually downloaded mod archive is you click the Install a New Mod from an Archive button here. And then you navigate to wherever that file is, click Open, and give it a name, anything of your choosing, and it will install into Mod Organizer 2 just like any other file. It's not going to be listed in your Downloads tab like it would if you used the Mod Manager download button, but it is going to be installed and enabled the exact same.
So here's something I do in addition to this. When I get an archive that I can't directly bring into Mod Organizer, I have a separate folder on that drive that I use to mod and everything that specifically holds those downloaded archives, so that way they're all in one place. Try and stay as organized as you possibly can, and it'll help you in the long run.
Now this section of the video is going to deviate from the norm a little bit, and what you'll notice is that I'm showing you a page listing of essential tools and utilities. And these are tools and utilities that I recommend for anyone to use in any modded Fallout 4 playthrough. They're ones that are pretty much universally accepted as being necessary for a stable playthrough, and ones that you should always use regardless of your setup. And the reason I'm showing this page right now is because this is intended to tie into my video guide that I'm currently working on for a complete install guide of Whispering Chills, which is my modding guide for Fallout 4. I'll link this in the description for anyone interested, but I just wanted to note that as an aside for the reason that I'm using this as the basis for this section of the video. So from top to bottom, I'm going to walk through how to install each of these tools in Mod Organizer 2, or manually and directly into your game folder as needed. And I'm going to have each of these tools linked individually in the description of the video for you to access, as well as the guide itself in case you just want to follow this section, which can be followed completely standalone from the rest of the guide, even if you aren't using it in full. So the first thing we need to do is update our Visual Studio or C++ redistributables. Notably, the 2019 ones are the most important ones that we need to update in relation to Buffout 4. So consider these both prerequisites to everything that comes below. So with the provided links for direct downloads for the x64 and x86 version of the redistributables, we're going to make sure that we click on the link for both of those, save the file, and then you're going to run each of those files individually. When you run either of those files, you're going to get a pop-up asking if you want to run it. Say yes, and then you're going to accept the license terms and conditions, install, and when either of them are finished, it's going to prompt you to restart your computer. Now, of course, you can wait until after you run the x86 version to restart your computer if you want to, but make sure when you're done running both of these that you do restart your computer to have everything fully take effect. The next tool we're going to get into is Fallout 4 Script Extender, as shown here. Now, using the Fallout 4 Script Extender link in the description, it's going to directly download the latest version of Fallout 4 Script Extender for you in a zip archive. Now, what you're going to do is you're going to use your favorite archive extraction software. In this case, I'm using WinRAR. And then within the folder in your archive extraction program that you're using, you're going to see multiple files contained within. Now what you're going to need from here are the data folder, both DLL files, and the executable. And from here you can use whatever method is at your disposal with the program you're using to extract just these files to the folder where you have the game installed. For me, it's eGames, Steam Apps, Common, Fallout 4. So you can either drag it over or click extract to, or however you do it, you're going to extract these files from the archive to your main folder where the Fallout 4 executable is contained. And you'll notice here I have the 2 DLL files, the loader exe file, and of course the data folder gets carried over. Now the data folder is already going to exist, but any files that are within it are automatically going to migrate into that data folder as part of this extraction. Now the quick and easy way to make sure that you correctly extracted this and to make sure that Mod Organizer 2 recognizes this executable is for you to double click this executable file. Once you've done that and you boot the game to the main menu, you can safely exit. And then if you navigate back to your Mod Organizer executable within the folder that you have it installed, you're going to see in your executables drop down over here on the right a listing for F4SE. This is the executable that you're always going to use to run the game from now on. F4SE in the drop down, click the run button, and always run it through Mod Organizer 2 just like that. No longer are you going to run the game from Steam. No longer are you going to double-click that executable file in the game folder. You're always going to run it this way, directly through Mod Organizer 2. Next thing we're going to install is Address Library for F4SE plugins. So if you follow the link for that in the description, you're going to manually download the address library. Technically, you can install several of the files from this section directly into Mod Organizer 2. It's often recommended that you manually download the files as is instructed in this video so that they actually catch and are being used within the program. There's a slight glitch in Mod Organizer 2 where sometimes certain files that are based in DLL plugins and other various files that are similar to this don't actually get run on startup because they're not sourced within the game files themselves. And this is just something with certain game files and certain mods that happens with these essential tools and utilities. So I recommend that you manually download and install the following files in the exact way that I lay out for you. After you download the archive manually for Address Library, all you're going to do is either drag over or extract to the Fallout 4 data folder. So within the folder where you've installed the game, there's a data folder. You're going to extract this F4SE folder there. You can drag it over, extract it there, just extract or drag the whole folder over to your Fallout 4 data folder, and that's where it's going to remain. Next, we're going to do XSE Plugin Preloader, which is a mod that some would say is no longer necessary if you're using Buffout 4. However, out of precaution, because of the fact that the mod author for Buffout 4 said that this is required for it, I'm going to recommend that you use it just as a safeguard. So from XSE Plugin Preloader, Files tab, again, we're going to manually download the file. And once we open this archive that we've downloaded for XSE Plugin Preloader, you're going to see two files here, a DLL and an XML. You're going to extract both of these to the main folder for Fallout 4, the root folder, where the game's executable is and where you have the game installed. You're going to drag both of these folders or extract them both to this folder, and you'll see here I have my DLL and I have my XML within the folder that I have the game installed. Now there's one important caveat, and I'm not entirely sure as to the importance of doing this now with the latest version of XSE Plugin Preloader, but I am going to recommend it as a precautionary measure because in the past it was required and otherwise would cause issues with this mod if using it with Mod Organizer 2. And what I'm going to recommend is that you right-click that mod and open it with some text editor that you have. Not WordPad, not Word or anything like that. It needs to be a text editor. So something like Notepad, Notepad++, anything that is a direct text editor. So in this case, I'm going to right click and open with Notepad. And then from here, you're going to see the XML file is now open in Notepad. And what you're going to change here is the load method name. Now, by default, and I've already made this change, so when you extract this file to your main Fallout 4 folder, it's going to say import address hook here. And you're going to want to replace that import address hook line right here next to this load method name line with on thread attach, exactly as written there. Again, I'm not entirely sure the importance of this edit anymore, but I would say better safe than sorry for it to be compatible with Mod Organizer 2 to make that change in the XML file. And finally, we get to my favorite tool of all, Buffout 4, which allows for several fixes at the engine level, memory optimizations, and a crash logger, which is something that is not present in most Bethesda games. This is an ingenious tool that essentially allows you to pull out crash logs whenever your game crashes and potentially use them to decipher what the cause of your crash was. Now, a couple important external resources that I'll link to with this are this article that I'll also link in the description, and this was created by one of our community members, Poet or Sound of Snow, and in this article he has laid out essentially very important information as to which mods you don't have to use with Buffout 4 anymore, which mods you need to install before you use Buffout 4, and then a section that goes into detail on a number of things, including how to decipher these crash logs, common mods that you should not be using, or workarounds onto how to use them in a way that isn't as destructive, and basically anything else you need to know in relation to Buffout 4 and the things that can be done to fix mods that are otherwise problematic. For me, this is an encyclopedia of some of the most important information out there in regards to the game, and I highly recommend you check out this article. Now into actually installing Buffout 4, we're going to manually download. Please pay close attention here. For the Buffout 4 archive that you download, you're going to extract the F4SE folder to your Fallout 4 data folder. So again, the location where you've installed the game and the data folder within it. You're going to extract this F4SE folder to the Fallout 4 data folder. Just the whole folder comes over, just like you did with Address Library for F4SE plugins. And once you do that, you're going to want to verify that you go into this F4SE plugins folder and that all of these files are present within. This is a very important file from Address Library for F4SE plugins. Make sure that's there, or otherwise Buffout 4 is not going to run. And then these 3 files are from the Buffout 4 archive itself that you dragged over. So those all 4 should be there. And the last thing to mention in relation to Buffout 4 is the folder in which these crash logs get placed in, which is Documents, My Games, Fallout 4, F4SE. Any crash log that you do come up with here is going to be listed there. And it's obviously going to be a lot of gibberish at first, but the thing that you're going to want to pay attention to is this line here. And oftentimes there's going to be a mention of some particular reason that the crash may have occurred, in which case you can go into the Buffout 4 article that I mentioned before and look through the various reasons for crashes that are listed here. And if you're lucky, you're going to have a cause of the crash listed here that lines up with something that's listed in this article, and you can help determine the means by which you might go about remedying that situation or preventing that crash. You can also use the crash log auto scanner that I'll have linked in the description to automatically scan your crash log files and give you back a reason as to why your crash may have occurred. Alright, we're almost finished here, just a few tools left. So from the Fallout 4 edit page, we're going to manually download the latest version under main files, and then from the downloaded archive for Fallout 4 edit, or commonly referred to in all disciplines as Xedit, we're going to carry this folder or extract it over to the main folder where you have the game installed. Now you can technically drag this over to and have it set up anywhere on your computer, because you're ultimately going to path to it in Mod Organizer 2 for it to use, but obviously the easiest place for it to be is just right within Fallout 4's main folder. So you'll see here that I have it listed in my main Fallout 4 folder there, and everything is contained within it after extracting. Now, in Mod Organizer 2, we need to add that executable so that it can be run through Mod Organizer 2. Any executable that you use in relation to the game needs to be added to Mod Organizer 2 to run it through this so that it recognizes the mods you've installed. If you just try running the Fallout 4 edit executable or the F4SE loader executable or any other executable outside of Mod Organizer 2, it's not going to recognize the mods that you have installed. So that's what this executable configuration tool is for. It lists all the executables that your current instance of Mod Organizer 2 recognizes, so you should already have F4SE there from before. We're going to add a new executable here. And what you're going to do is you're going to navigate to that Fallout 4 edit folder that you extracted to where your game is installed, and you're going to click the Fallout 4 edit exe. Open. You can name it whatever you want here, and this binary path should be exactly the executable path of where you have it installed. And then you can click OK or Apply, and now the Fallout 4 edit executable appears up here, which you can run with that button. Now, one other thing that's listed in the Whispering Chills guide that I do recommend for any general use cases is to also add the executable for Fallout 4 edit Quick Auto Clean exe. So I'm going to add that executable separately, and I'm just going to leave it as the default title, but you can of course name it whatever you want. I'm going to click OK, and then that will be listed as an executable in Mod Organizer 2. And then what you're going to do with that is you're going to run it through Mod Organizer 2. F4 edit quick auto clean program. And there are contesting and conflicting opinions as to whether or not cleaning the game's DLC files are of benefit or of harm, but
That was
from
weird.
the discipline of the Fallout 4 modding community that I come from, we tend to follow that and clean the base game DLC files with this tool. So after you run it, you're going to be prompted with a listing of all the plugins you've installed so far, which for any intents and purposes should be nothing except for the base DLC. And what you're going to do is you're going to click the checkbox next to the first DLC listing for DLC Robot or the Automatron DLC, and then you're going to click OK. Now I'm not going to do it here because I've already done this and I don't want to re-clean my base game DLC files again, but after you click OK, it's going to take about maybe up to a minute, and then once it's finished, it's going to say background loader finished at the bottom. It's going to prompt you that it has finished cleaning that file. And then you're going to close out of that program as I just showed you, and then you're going to run it again. And this time you're going to click the next DLC, DLC Workshop 01 ESM, click OK, run it again, and you're going to go through this process one by one, and again, one at a time. You're not going to click multiple plugins
You can't get that
to
bitch
do
to
at
jump
once. You're going
very
to
much
come,
weight at all, probably.
click on one DLC
Outside of
plugin,
the,
click OK,
attachments.
close out of the program when it's done,
That's
and
if we're
then
still
come back
using
and do the next one, not all at once. And you're just going to do that on your DLC ESM plugin files. And once those are all finished, you'll be done with Fallout 4 Edit. You don't have to use it at all unless you want to for conflict resolution and patching, which you should do, and which will be covered at the end of the video. This next step is entirely optional. It's an NVIDIA profile that's being applied to the game itself at the level of NVIDIA's settings for the game. And this is something I've done for years, ever since following the iconic BRB or buy rate back modding guide for Fallout 4. I found to this day it really helps balance out some of the settings at the driver level of what I'm doing with the game, but of course this is exclusive to anyone with an NVIDIA graphics card, and it's something that's entirely optional as to whether or not you do it. For the purposes of the Whispering Chills guide, I have listed it here as a requirement for those that have an NVIDIA graphics card, and I'm going to walk through here now how to set that up. So following the link in the description for NVIDIA Profile Inspector, you're going to download the latest version of it, which is linked, and you're going to download the zip file for it. And from the downloaded archive,
So
you can
we're
extract this
missing
anywhere on your computer that is convenient. For me, that convenient location is desktop. I just made a new folder on my desktop so that it's all there and easy to access. And you extract your
missing
files to that
left
folder.
leg,
Like I said, it can be
or
anywhere.
right leg.
Now, following the link in the description for the actual NVIDIA profile that will be used for Fallout 4, this is again provided by the BRB or buy rate back guide for Fallout 4, and it's listed under the Files tab for that mod page. Now, if you scroll down here, it's going to be listed way at the bottom under Miscellaneous Files, NVIDIA Inspector Profile Fallout 4. You're going to manually download this file. When you're finished downloading, open the downloaded archive, and you're going to find your Fallout 4 NVIDIA Inspector NIP file, and inside of that archive, you're going to extract that or carry it over to the folder where you've extracted the actual NVIDIA Profile Inspector program. So make sure that this inspector profile is in the same folder as the executable, and then you're going to open that program. Now from here it's going to open NVIDIA Profile Inspector, and a lot of this is the same as using your NVIDIA control panel where you can apply specific settings at the graphics card level for various games or globally throughout all of your games. What you're going to do is click this profile section up here and you're going to type in Fallout 4.
Worst case scenario.
And from here you're going to see all of the settings that are being
anyway, so
currently
it's no
applied
big deal.
against the game itself. Now listed here you should see the executables that are tied to the game. You're going to have Fallout 4 Launcher and Fallout 4 EXE by default, but you should also have the F4SE Loader executable, and this is an important part because otherwise your profile settings that are applied here aren't going to apply to the game because you're running through this executable, not these. If, for whatever reason, this executable is not listed here at the top, you're going to click this Add Application to Current Profile button, and you're going to navigate to where you've installed your Fallout 4 game, and you're going to click on the F4SE Loader executable that you added when you installed Fallout 4 Script Extender. And after you do that, it should be listed there at the top. Now the very last thing you're going to do to actually apply the profile is you're going to click this Import User-Defined Profiles button. And then it's going to take you, hopefully, to the folder where you have the program set up. But otherwise, navigate to wherever the folder is that contains the profile that you downloaded from the Buy Rate Bec guide, this Fallout 4 NVIDIA Inspector and IP file, and click Open. Now I've already done that, I've already applied it, so I'm not going to do it again, but after you do that, it's going to load that profile in, and it's going to change a few important settings that Buy Rate Bec thought would provide a good quality performance balance for any playthrough. And you'll see that anything that is black highlighted are settings that were changed by the profile. So SLI compatibility bits, vertical sync, anisotropic filtering mode, all of these settings are ones that he set to what he believes to be the most ideal settings for the game itself. And of course, a lot of these settings are very subjective. So again, this is an entirely optional thing. Like for example, it forces your vertical sync on at the driver level so that you don't have to do it in any program or any IDE edits within the game itself. But for the purposes of the Whispering Chills guide, this is something that I require and recommend as part of the setup for a good quality performance balance. And it's something that you can use in any playthrough as a means of optimizing the game at the driver level. It's going to apply globally across all your profiles and MO2 instances because, again, it is at the graphics driver level. Just 2 tools left. Doesn't it feel like this section has gone on for at least a year? Now we're going to get into the Fallout 4 ENB libraries, which are required by any ENB preset that is used to kind of pretty up or beautify the game. And these are of course optional. If you don't want to use an ENB preset as part of your playthrough, you don't have to install these files. I've linked in the description the latest version of ENB series for Fallout 4. So if you go to the page for that and you click this download button down here in the bottom left, you will download the archive for the ENB libraries for Fallout 4. And from this archive, it's going to be a really easy extraction. You're going to go into the wrapper version folder, and you're going to take these 2 DLL files, D3D11 and D3D compiler 46E. And you're going to extract those 2 files to your main Fallout 4 folder where the game is installed. You'll see I have them here already. So these are the only 2 files you need to extract from the ENB libraries to be able to use an ENB preset. All of these other files are going to be provided by the ENB preset that you're using. The last tool we're going to cover here is High FPS Physics Fix. And I know what you're thinking. You may not have a high FPS monitor, therefore this can't benefit you. But that is simply incorrect because this is a file that benefits seemingly everyone in using it. You can read the description here for just about everything that it does, and over time it has added more and more features to make it a mainstay in any modded setup for Fallout 4, even beyond allowing for running the game at above 60 FPS. And so what you can do for this mod is you can mod manager download it or manually download it and install it within MO2. So I'm just going to install it as a regular old mod. Make sure you check it in the left pane, and you'll notice that it doesn't add a plugin over here because it's not plugin based. Go to the File Tree tab, you'll see it's just an F4SE plugin. Now this next part with High FPS Physics Fix is optional, but it is something that I highly recommend for Whispering Chills and in general, that you double click on the listing in the left pane, go to the INI Files tab, click on the INI file here, and from this tab of Mod Organizer 2, you can configure the INI file for any mod that has one directly within this interface. And these are the lines that I recommend. Because we already are forcing VSync on through the driver level with the NVIDIA Inspector profile, I recommend that you set Enable VSync to false. That's on line 18 within the INI file. On line 33, you're going to want to make sure that Disable VSync while loading is equal to true, which it should be by default. And finally, the big 2 settings that are really going to buff up your loading times here are on lines 37 and 44. Disable black loading screens and disable animation on loading screens. Now one thing you'll notice in playing the game is that your loading screens are going to be completely static. So the loading icon in the bottom right isn't going to move anymore, And you're not going to have those cool little things with bestiary and things like that that are spinning around in circles as you wait. Now, as cool as those things are, they also take up a significant amount of time in loading things, which is kind of counterintuitive to the whole purpose of a loading screen if it takes longer just because you have something that you're loading as part of the loading screen. So what I recommend that you do is you set disable black loading screens and disable animation on loading screens to true instead of false. Finally, once you've made those 4 line changes, you're going to click the save icon up here and you're going to close out. Make sure you do click that save icon, otherwise your any file edits will not be applied. I recommend at this point that you do run the game through F4SE and Mod Organizer 2 and that you make sure that you can actually boot up to the main menu. You don't have to play through the opening intro or anything like that, as there are other optimizations we should do before then, but you do want to make sure that you can at least launch the game and that it does get to the main menu at this point. If it doesn't launch to the main menu, you should check for the following things. Making sure that you installed both x86 and x64 versions of the Visual Studio or C++ redistributables, making sure that you did in fact copy over the TBB redistributables from Buffout4, that's a commonly missed step, making sure that you did install XSE preloader as was instructed in the video, and that you made that XML file edit as was instructed, making sure that you extracted all of the files that you were instructed to do so for Fallout 4 Script Extender, including the data folder as was instructed, and make sure that you are actually launching F4SE through MO2. Don't go into your game folder and try double-clicking on F4SE loader executable. Launch it through MO2. And finally, make sure that you manually install the address library for F4SE plugins. Make sure that in your F4SE plugins folder, you have those 4 files that I showed you at the end of the Buffout4 step. And of course, if none of these things work, I will have linked in the description the latest version of the all-in-one installer for every version of Visual Studio C++ redistributables, which you should try out and restart your computer before you start crying in a corner if the game still doesn't launch.
I like this.
One other topic I very briefly wanted to talk about is any file configuration. In our Discord support server, there's a lot of people asking for that magic mod that fixes performance, or that magic thing that makes performance manageable for any setup. And the truth of the matter is that your performance is going to lie primarily in the any settings that you configure in your any files. And what these ini files do is they configure several aspects of the game, nearly every aspect of the game running under the hood, and oftentimes require a great deal of tweaking and adjustments based on your personal hardware to make them run in the best performance quality balance possible for your hardware. One thing to be realistic about is the fact that the base game of Fallout 4 just was never very well optimized. And the truth of this matter comes forth when you try running around in downtown Boston. No matter how many performance-saving mods and any tweaks you have, you're going to be running around in some places with 40 FPS no matter your setup. And that's just the sad reality of modding Fallout 4. The existential dread of the fact that you might not always be able to maintain above 60 FPS in all areas, and it's an existential dread that we all have to face with in playing this game. But that's why we love it, right? I mean, what is playing a game without a few lost frames along the way? So what I wanted to show you here briefly is where your ini files are located, how to edit them. I'm going to link some resources in the description so you have more information about what any tweaks can be made, and some guides out there and resources that exist for which any edits should and shouldn't be made. And to be honest with you, a lot of modding guides cover this topic in detail in terms of which any settings are best to set to specific values for a good performance quality balance. So starting here, I just wanted to show you where your ini files are located. Now by default, when you're not using a mod manager like Mod Organizer 2, your ini files are located in Documents, My Games, Fallout 4. This is the folder where your ini files are contained. However, since you're using Mod Organizer 2, you have a custom set of ini profiles located here, so long as when you're in your profiles configuration here, you have this Use Profile Specific Game Any Files option checked. That means that within every folder
I think it's
of
all
your
done fine.
Fallout 4 mod organizer to install within the Profiles folder, and within each profile folder within that, you're going to have a custom set of any files that can be individually tweaked and configured between the profiles in case you want to apply different settings to different profiles. That's why I generally recommend leaving that Use Profile Specific Any Settings option checked in your profiles configuration. But for our purposes, we're going to keep it simple, so most likely you're going to be on your default profile, and the way that you should go about editing your ini files is through the ini editor, which is available here. And from here you have your 3 different ini files here. And most of your edits here are going to be made through these two, and this is entirely optional as an overwrite for certain settings that are contained within the Fallout 4 ini. So this is the place where you go to edit your ini files when you're using Mod Organizer 2. Now, one vitally important setting for anyone that has an NVIDIA graphics card, no matter how old or how new, is to go to the Fallout 4 prefs.ini and the NVFlex section here. Now this pertains to weapon debris, a setting that, for whatever reason, after consecutive updates of Fallout 4, just completely breaks the game, to the point where it starts crashing if you do have it enabled. It's not known for certain the cause of this or which cards it may affect, but it's a better safe than sorry thing to disable this completely. Alternatively, you can use the Weapon Debris Crash Fix mod, which completely circumvents the need to do this, and I'll have that mod linked in the description as well. But ultimately, what you're going to want to do, if it isn't already set to this, is under the NVFlex header here, you're going to want to set BNVFlexEnable equals 1 to 0. So make sure this equals 0 as it's shown here. And anytime you make any ini edits, make sure you click the save button at the bottom, otherwise they're not going to commit. So by now you've inevitably run through the 30 rungs of hell that is modding Fallout 4 and how best to do it. There's not much else to cover in relation to best practices for modding Fallout 4, other than the obvious consideration of conflict resolution and patching between mods. What this ultimately entails is resolving conflicts between plugins as they're loaded in between mods that you've installed. And all of this is done through the program Xedit, or Fallout 4 Edit, which we installed earlier in the video. Now, I'm not going to cover this topic in detail in this video here because I actually already have a separate video that covers that topic and has its own set of resources related to that topic. Now, you should be equipped with everything you need to know in relation to Fallout 4 modding, but make sure that you do look at the resources linked in the description here as they've been linked throughout, and also make sure you check out that video related to load order and conflict resolution as it's linked in the description here. That is a very important video, it's something you're going to want to know about, and anyone who tells you that all you need to use is loot to sort your load order is lying to you. So learning more about Xedit and how to use it to resolve the conflicts between all the plugins you've installed, it's going to be an important step to make sure that you have consistency in your experience and you don't experience crashes. And so I want to thank you for taking the time to listen and watch today, and I hope you learned a lot along the way. And I also will have linked in the description our Discord server where we provide support for any means of modding Fallout 4. As of this time, we're the largest Fallout 4 community modding Discord server that I am aware of, and we're happy to help anyone who needs assistance with any of the topics that are covered in the video here today. So thank you for taking the time, and I look forward to seeing you here on this channel, and in the Whispering Chills guide, and anywhere else that you can find me on Nexus or online, if you're a creep, in the future. Thank you, and goodbye.
The pockets on the pants, on the legs. I just don't like what those back pieces good reload speed going. That'll work. Am I dying? What does a poison wine do to me? Max 8, max 8. I get more AP, but I lose intellect. That's okay. Okay. That works. What else? Okay. Let's add some more, hey? Okay, we'll pay attention to the rest of that stuff later. Pin it real good. Alright, y'all, hold on 1 second. Let's add some more mods, huh? Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna redo the whole thing all over again to accommodate for the what you call it, the actually not this close part. To accommodate for the yeah, we'll load in Sense on it first. And space bar stuff. Function change.
within one of the greatest chapters of the Adeptus Astartes, there persists a deep appreciation for these forgotten aspects, which at their core remain innately human. The warriors of this chapter were lifted up from savage beginnings, driven by ideals of humanity and hope that have endured to form the core of their creed. Within them still blazes the beauty, grace, artistry, and empathy of the great angel Sanguinius, yet now offset by a rage and ruthlessness fueled by his slaughter at the hands of the archenemy. And while the most triumphant among them can only be a pale imitation of their fallen Primarch, all have risen to meet this legacy. Those who have supped from the sanguinary chalices and survived are noble in spirit, honorable in manner, furious in battle, and worthy of the title Blood Angel. Like every Space Marine Legion, the Blood Angels were founded during the latter days of the Unification Wars and the first, faltering steps of the Great Crusade. Known then simply as the 9th Legion Astartes, they bore little resemblance to the angelic figures they would become. On Terra's bloody soil and in the Xenos-infested moons of Jupiter, they earned for themselves a grim reputation. Though they brought to ruin some of the worst abominations left over from Old Night in order to tame Sol for their Emperor, the 9th Legion would become little more than outcasts for their savage and cruel approach to war. The process of Astartes' transformation gave each Marine an echo of the angelic features of their Primarch, still lost to them somewhere across the galaxy, but this only served to highlight the horrors they inflicted. Adopting the title of the Revenant Legion, they allowed their savagery in battle to become ever more excessive. Rumors surrounding the fate of several Imperial Army regiments assigned to their side, the hushed whispers of the brutal campaign of Ki Baran, and their actions during the Second Siege of Urant, earned the Legion the personal censor of Primarch Rogel Dawn, and cemented their cruel reputation across the growing Imperium. They were not the first Space Marine Legion to cross the boundaries of conduct set forth by the Emperor. And while the 9th may never have suspected it, for a brief moment an executioner's sword hung above them, waiting for the order to cast them down, an order given only twice before. With the fate of the Legion in the balance came their salvation. On an arid, radiation-baked moon orbiting the world of Baal, Baal Secundus, an angel of a man had arisen to unite the tribes of his home world in peaceful coexistence. A figure of perfect features and unrivaled grace, this man was worshipped as a god, soaring above his followers on a pair of immense angelic wings. He was named Sanguinius, a lost son of the Emperor and lost Primarch of the 9th Legion. Sanguinius had survived in the inhospitable ruins of a shattered world, and yet this had only served to refine his humanity. It is said that when he finally reunited with the Emperor of Man, he wept crystal tears from which flowers sprouted when they fell to earth. From his father, he asked only that his people be spared, knowing full well that the pious sons of Baal were not of the kind the Emperor desired for his Imperium. When the Emperor granted this request and reunited Sanguinius with his legion, it was this same empathy that drove him to see the promise in these blood-soaked killers. Refusing to acknowledge that they were beyond the hope of salvation, Sanguinius guided his sons to resist their deep-rooted thirst for blood and savagery, encouraging them to heighten their humanity rather than debase it. It was through this effort that they took on a new name, the Blood Angels. And it was a title they would earn, fighting at the side of Sanguinius' closest brother, the War Master Horus Lupercal. The friendship between Sanguinius and Horus was legendary, even inspiring feelings of jealousy amidst their brother Primarchs. Across the ranks of the Lunar Wolves, Horus's own legion, Sanguinius saw an example that his Blood Angels should strive to embody. By fighting at the side of the Lunar Wolves, the 9th Legion found in themselves a new sense of honor, discipline, and even mercy. They began to hold themselves to a greater standard, and to seek more in war than simply bloodshed. As the Great Crusade neared its apex, the Legion had been transformed.
Look at that hammer in his hand.
Cleansed with the gore-splattered killers of the Revenant Legion. In their place stood the Blood Angels, a true brotherhood of warriors, as proud and angelic as their Primarch father. But the flaws of the Ninth Legion were rooted in its very gene seed, and for some, it was too much to overcome. Hidden from all but a select few, corruption within the Legion was slowly worming its way through their ranks. In the heat of battle, some warriors would break, plunging into an orgy of violence that recalled the nightmare days of the Revenants. Those who recovered would be shocked and disgusted by what they had done, but for others, the madness would never fade, growing deeper until all reason and sanity.
We'll hide that for now. Go pee and say good morning to my kids, and while I do that, you hang out and watch this. All right, enjoy.
War. War never changes. In the year 1945, my great-great-grandfather, serving in the army, wondered when he'd get to go home to his wife and the son he'd never seen. He got his wish when the U.S. ended World War II by dropping atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The world awaited Armageddon. Instead, something miraculous happened. We began to use atomic energy not as a weapon, but as a nearly limitless source of power. People enjoyed luxuries once thought the realm of science fiction. Domestic robots, fusion-powered cars, portable computers. But then, in the 21st century, people awoke from the American dream. Years of consumption led to shortages of every major resource. The entire world unraveled. Peace became a distant memory. It is now the year 2077. We stand on the brink of total war. And I am afraid. For myself, for my wife, for my infant son. Because if my time in the army taught me one thing, it's that war never changes. War never changes.
You're gonna knock him dead at the Veterans Hall tonight, hun.
You think?
Absolutely. Now get ready and stop hogging the mirror.
Right.
How many times did we end up here already? Huh? How many times? Whee! Low. This is Sand's texture pack, by the way. These pants are not, they do not make my butt look good. Sure, do that. Try and get it even. There we go. Sure. I don't know. And with this, I am going to let everything load in, and I'm going to sit my ass down, and that is going to be the end of the stream for us. A little bit. so I can't see my HUD when I'm sitting down. That sucks. Anyway, we'll see you later, alright? The next time we'll see you, this will be finished loading and all that stuff. But see you in the next episode. Bye.